Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick are here. Yo. John, notably not in jail today.
Yeah, how about that?
Interesting.
Thank the Lord for an 8 p.m. tip.
Thank you, Lord.
I get John by my side. I like it when I get to work with you, John.
I hate 8 o'clock
I can touch
tips.
you.
You don't want to touch me. I'm sick.
Touch him, Josh.
Oh,
You're sick.
bring back the shower curtain.
Yeah, you're
The
going
one
to
that
need your
totally
shower
was-
curtain.
John, get to the arena. What are you doing? I don't want to be next to you when you're sick.
Well, see, this is what you get when you wish for
I'm going
bad
to Sweet
things.
98. I'm going to do the show from there today. I don't have anyone on right now, right?
I don't think we have our
No,
boards
they don't
that
have
do
anyone
that yet.
on a lot of times.
Yes, that's true. All right.
Which
I'm
is
moving
why
over
they
to-
have the nicest studio in the building.
It's very important. It's very
That's
important.
actually the building hangout spot. That's where people go and hang out.
Right.
now.
Interesting. I think this would be a fine studio to hang out if we were not here.
And do radio.
and
Yeah.
do radio.
Yeah.
When you're in here, you do radio.
Yes,
are
you do.
of radio.
Yeah, for 12, sometimes 14 hours a day. As this scarf behind me shows, this is now a 14-hour studio.
Oh,
John, I do have good news for you, though.
What?
This is the last 8 o'clock tip of the year. This is it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
No, really.
No.
Think about it.
What about the Big East tournament? What about the NCAA tournament?
Well, but that's different.
Okay.
'cause it's-
You're already there. And
Yeah.
there's no.
Yeah, there's not, you're not
What?
driving an hour home and, having a show in the next day.
That's true.
So yes, you're right.
Okay.
That's good news.
I
Colin.
guess there could be a Big East semifinal that would be like at 8 o'clock. But like you said,
Yes.
different deal. Different deal.
yes, different deal altogether.
Now, I apologize for my reaction just now because
What?
isms on Twitter. You've probably dealt with isms before. Has this
Just-
person ever tweet at
Just
you?
say it.
No, it's an account. It's
Is it a-
Ferris Bueller
Is
wearing
this
the.
a donkey account?
No, this is not. This is
Jeez.
not.
I hate that this has become part of our show vernacular. By the way,
What,
donkeys.
So anyway, Chris Creamer.
She related to
Chris
Christy.
Creamer
Christy
really should
Cream?
have gone into a different business. I'll just say that. But thank you to Isms for sending to me this tweet from Chris
From
Creamer.
Chris Creamer.
It's a pig emoji, glass
Hello.
of milk emoji, baseball emoji. They're the team we didn't know we needed.
Oh, yeah.
The
talked about
Danville.
this.
Okay, I have
Yeah.
not. Have you seen this?
No.
The Danville Dairy Daddies are here. We got a chance to chat with the designer of the new brand and our story about this new extra creamy club. Look at the Danville Dairy Daddies. What league do they play
This
in?
is a
Happer?
college summer league.
I'll allow it.
I
want a hat. Look at
so we
that is a
correct-
horny cow.
This is great. We correctly predicted that that Nick would love this. First
I-
of all.
Oh
Yeah.
my, that cow is yoked.
So the cow's name, the mascot's name, Josh, have you gotten to that point
No,
in the
no. Do you want to tell me, or should I just open?
I
the
think
sto-
you should find it yourself and learn about it, and then I want to see your reaction.
All right, let's see. So Danville Dairy Daddies. Look at that. Look at that horny cow. Look at the eyes on this bad boy.
Is the cow giving the eyes?
Whoo, hoo, hoo.
See, there's something weird about that. No, I can't say.
He is a
Never
bull. This is a dairy daddy. Oh, his name is McCreamy. Wow.
Got it. Perfect.
Boy, they are.
I need a hat.
His name is
really,
McCreamy.
I need a hat.
They're really playing into it now, aren't they?
Drop,
Mm.
Nick. His name is McCreamy.
Oh,
What happened to the
Are
phone?
you just busy all the lines out?
didn't. I
Oh
didn't hit the
no! Are they
button.
doing more phone stuff?
There we go.
Oh, I saw a guy with a drill go downstairs earlier, so maybe it's that.
McCreamy.
Was it Nick Creamy?
It's a McCreamy.
I want a hat.
I want a hat too.
Of course,
Nick,
you want a hat.
Nick,
Yeah.
you. It seems like you want to be booking a lot of folks. Like Nick booked someone for next week. He's already working ahead. I want someone from the Daddies on the pod
You want
or on
to
the show. Excuse me,
the pod?
or the Jace pod. We can do it either way.
Well, it has nothing to do with the Jays. I'm
Yeah.
not sure why.
Why
I
don't
want
they do
Maybe
an
one of the
exhibition
Jays
game?
plays there in the summer. Who knows? I haven't looked at their roster.
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, they haven't probably picked their roster yet.
I
but-
want
last year.
Let him do an exhibition game.
yeah, I want the creamies.
An exhibition with the Dairy Daddies.
Mm-hmm.
So the real name of this team is the Otterbots, I believe.
Oh, I've heard of the
Otterbots,
Otterbots.
Assemble.
Yeah, the Otterbots, and they have.
So wait, they're changing?
They're moving. They're doing an alternate identity, I believe.
Oh, so this is like when the storm
Yes.
chasers are the Runzas
Or
or
the
whatever.
Or the
Potholes.
pothole. Bring back the potholes, by the way. That was my favorite.
They will.
Wow, look at Nick going after President C.
I can
like
pretty
the
much
potholes.
guarantee you that the potholes will be back.
It's like
Wow.
the end of a Marvel movie. The potholes will return.
Are you going to be back with the storm chasers again this year, announcing things into a microphone?
Yes, I will be.
Here we go with the storm chasers.
Here we go with
Oh,
the Storm Chasers.
That's how you need to begin the season on the bike.
Here we go with the Storm Chasers.
Can I
love it.
also just hang out with you up there?
I'm everywhere. There's no up there. I'm just there. I'm around.
He's
Surrounded.
just there. He's
Yeah.
there. He's everywhere.
I got to get my steps in.
Here, there,
So
and
you've been watching the
Oh.
scintillating
Oh, I've been watching.
Class C2, I assume quarterfinals.
Yep,
right?
first round.
Why aren't the bleachers extended behind the baskets?
behind the basket.
Because that's usually where the students sit.
You know, John, I don't know the answer to that question.
I mean, they're trying everything. It's almost as if they're saying, yeah, we're going to give you the bare minimum you need to play a basketball game here. We're not going to extend the bleachers. We're just going to lay out this ugly looking floor that has too many lines on it.
Yeah.
I mean, tell me again why we can't just play these games at the high schools again, because it would look a lot better.
John here for the high schools?
Don't
Yeah.
say that. These
Yeah.
are children.
That attend high
This
school.
is a reward. They get to play at the
Oh,
Vandy
yeah,
Sports Center.
yeah,
It's a reward.
It looks like a great reward. I'm playing on a floor that looks like something that was drawn by a preschooler
I found the
with all
merch,
these
Josh.
with all these lines on it.
Send it my way, please,
Couldn't
Nick.
somebody donate money to the NSAA so they could have their own floor for this, so it could actually look like a good basketball floor instead of a mishmash of dashed and dotted lines?
It appears as if the students are right there.
Right there.
In the middle of the floor, in the middle of
Nice.
the court, not the middle of the floor.
Well, the
They're not
good
storming
news
the
is-
court, don't worry.
There's plenty of room for the photographers to walk around behind the baskets.
Behind the basket.
There, maybe that's the point. This state tournament is all about the photographers.
I guess. Okay.
Kids these days and their Instagrams. That's what happens.
Instagram. Wow, they have a 47 brand hat
Yeah.
for the Danville Dairy Daddies.
See,
You're obsessed with this.
the
This is
purp-
weird.
the
What?
blue-
Why is it weird?
The blue one looks like my Dolphins and Supernovas hat, so I would get those confused.
Why
I
is
like
this
that
weird,
blue.
John, to like fun?
Yeah, what's wrong with fun, John?
What's wrong with fun? Tell me.
They have a shirt that says "Get milked."
Get milked, John.
I want the "Get milked" shirt.
I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
How much money is this, Nick?
Actually, the prices are fairly reasonable.
$24.99 for the "Get milked" shirt.
Interesting that you would buy this and not anything else.
And
Skim
not
for
the Drover.
The sizing is all milk based. So the small is skim, the medium is 1%, the large is 2%, whole milk is XL, creamy is 2X, and the extra creamy is 3X.
Oh boy, this is getting very inappropriate.
This is great.
Mhm.
I don't think this is as fun as everybody else seems to think it is.
What happened?
I
to
think
you?
it's amazing.
But
Thank you, sir.
Classic that the two olds in the studio
Yeah.
are like, this isn't fun. I don't like fun. I don't like creamy jokes.
I'm younger than you, Josh.
Yeah,
You're
but
old.
I love jokes about cream.
You
The "Get milked" shirt with the horny cow, that's hilarious.
You're
Yeah.
not going to buy this, Nick.
You're
You're not going to buy any of this. You will not buy this.
I
That's
want
true.
them to reach out to us and send merch. That's what I want. I
That'd
will
be
wear
great.
this hat on our 1620 The Zone stream.
I would wear it as a bit as well.
I will wear it in full support, though. I like this and think it's funny. Happer thinks it's
No, you won't. You will not.
overrated.
You will not do that.
I won't wear the hat.
This is
You
going to
won't-
go the way of the Rakuten monkeys.
What?
You would wear the hat as a bit on the show,
Yeah.
but nowhere else. You
That's
would
not
never
true.
wear it in your life.
I would wear it to breweries when I go to breweries on the weekends. I would
you
absolutely.
would wear a Mr. Creamy hat.
Why
on the-
wouldn't I? I'm not. I wear. You would make fun of the hats I wear all the time. This isn't anything weirder than the other hats
It's
I wear.
not.
I wear a Cowboys hat. People can make fun of that all the time.
You have a hat that's just as weird as a McCreamy hat.
What do you
right
want?
now,
Do we want the GM?
My running hats, everyone's very critical of them. I wear them, and Old Man Doug sends 4 emails. What hat is that? Is Josh a scuba man now?
You want me
Those
to-
are 2 separate emails.
You want me to get the GM? Is that who we want?
I want someone who will send us merch. That's what I want. I will wear this hat.
See what
Yeah,
I
I'll
can
wear
do.
it on the stream.
Joel writes, "Is this the return of Big Milk?"
Big Milk. Hey, kids.
Oh
Hey,
man,
kids.
Big Milk. I forgot about Big Milk.
How do you forget about Big Milk? He's our mascot that we love and talk about all the time.
Hodson says Connor was right. Nick would love their merch.
He is.
Yeah,
Yes, I
Connor
do.
was right.
Very
Yeah.
much.
Once again, Connor was right.
All right. I feel like I need to lay out. Nick and I both need to lay out because it is time for you two to get into the cage. Because you have an
advancing the
opinion.
ball?
Yes. Now, for the record, I am Team Happer on this, but I've argued with John about it a billion times
And you
over
will
the years.
continue to argue with John.
We'll probably discuss it later today. I think, though, that this is a time for you two to go at each other because you are both of PA. He handed the baton to you.
That's true.
I did.
He advanced the PA.
Yeah.
Happer
He
magic.
took a magical timeout and
Mhm.
advanced it to me.
Mhm.
Thank you, John. I appreciate
You're welcome.
Exactly.
You're welcome. I had one more magical timeout there.
I just can't believe how triggered John was about this today on Twitter. He was arguing
Was
with
he-
everyone he could find.
Is this what he
I
was
wasn't.
doing?
I
Yes,
wasn't.
John.
I only argued with Matt DeMarinis.
That
That's
was
the-
everyone I could. That was
That
everyone
was
you could
everyone
find.
you could find.
Did you and DeMarinis go back and forth for a while?
No, just a couple of tweets, and then that was it.
Okay, I'm gonna go find this.
Nothing else.
Oh, there it
There's
is.
nothing else. I mean, you've heard the argument. You know.
Oh
what
yeah,
it
it's a
is.
bad argument.
Okay, so
No,
we're
it's not. It's not a bad.
I loved
argument at
Happer's
all.
argument. It's boring to see a guy throw up a 70-footer that doesn't do anything.
I just think no teams do it right. Nobody does it right.
Well, they don't do it right in the NBA because
No,
they
they do
don't
it-
have to do it
but
because they have the magical timeout,
Which
I mean,
leads them to
imagine
doing
how
it right.
many. I guarantee you, we have been denied at least a half a dozen, if not more, half-court buzzer beaters by Steph Curry alone because of this rule existing. If your sport is that boring, you need a gimmick for it.
Gimmick.
Then maybe you need to fix some other things about your sport.
But we also, by that logic, have taken away several Steph Curry game-winning threes, just normal
Again,
threes.
You play 46 minutes one way, and then in the last 2 minutes, you just decide to throw out the rules and say, well, now the backcourt doesn't matter anymore.
Well, hey, John, real
it's
quick
a gimmick. It is a flawed. I
It's
get
a
it.
gimmick. It's a gimmick. Yes.
Yes, it's a gimmick. As long as you guys are willing to admit, yes, it's a gimmick. It is a gimmick to force drama. Remember that this rule was put in when the skill level of the basketball players was much, much lower than the skill level of today. I just don't like gimmick rules. It's my same philosophy with the so-called, they call it the ghost runner. The ghost runner at second base in extra innings.
But that's a new rule. That's stupid. It's new.
Yes, that's stupid.
But at least basketball, this rule's been around since the beginning of the sport.
If you're going to use the argument of just because it's been around for a while, I could argue a lot of bad things have been around for a while. You get rid of
Come
it.
on.
So I'm just,
John, the other day
that
we argued for the fumble rule to remain the same, even though that is inconsistent for how fumbles usually work when they go out of bounds. And now you are arguing that you don't like that there is an inconsistent change in the last 2 minutes of the game. You can't have your
hold
cake
on.
and eat it too here.
No. Josh, your logic is flawed.
You're eating some dairy daddies.
Your logic is flawed.
Creamy.
The end zone is different than the rest of the field. We've already acknowledged that.
Mhm.
This is literally changing the rules of the game inside the last 2 minutes that wasn't there at any other time. This has nothing to do with the scoring zone.
Clock stops in college football after first downs in the last 2 minutes of games now.
Yeah,
Yes, and there's
we go to overtime and we just place the ball wherever we want
and
to place
that's a
the
gimmick
ball.
too. Not a fan. So
I love college overtime.
I don't like rules.
Oh,
I don't like
Happer.
rules that are supposed to manufacture drama, especially when
It's supposed to
you've got-
manufacture drama or help with teams making more baskets.
I actually don't.
That's manufacturing drama, Josh. I mean, how else can we explain it?
Okay,
That's manufactured drama.
that's a legit question. I don't know why does the rule exist? Why does it actually exist?
I'm guessing it had to do with the lack of skill and to encourage scoring because, back in the very earliest days of basketball, pro basketball, they weren't scoring like they are today. That's my guess. I have no idea. There was a story done about this a few years ago and no one could really nail
We don't know
down
why.
the genesis
Yeah, I
of why
found it-
this rule exists.
I found it in the Athletic. Chris Spatola in February
Chris Spatola.
in February 2018. The NBA's had that rule, as far as I can tell, since 1967. Okay, so not since the beginning of time. But yeah, there's no.
Well, there was a different article.
Oh,
I
okay.
thought it went back to the very beginning. Like someone found a rule book from like the early days.
times. Okay.
So that's my only guess. We don't really know. But I just with the skill that we have today, and I think of all of the great exciting plays like Christian Laettner and Tyus Edney and
But now everybody thinks they're Christian Laettner, and that's the problem.
Wait,
Here's what we're going
huh?
to do. There's 2.5 seconds left in the game, so we're going to put everybody on the other end of the court in your version of the game because we're not advancing the ball. We're going to throw 9 other people on the other side of the court, and we're going to just huck it into them, and it's going to and like we're pretending that's going to get us a basket. It's not.
Well,
I'm sick of watching that.
Okay, but the idea,
I hate that.
okay, the idea is,
Happer.
the idea is, see, again, this is the philosophy of I got to have points. I got to have points.
You don't have to have
points. It should be harder. It should be hard to score. You should be rewarded for scoring, but you shouldn't be rewarded for just having a magical timeout where you can advance the ball 50 feet. We don't have that in any other sport. I mean,
Women's
yes, what you're describing is the football's Hail Mary. We don't give Patrick Mahomes a magical timeout to put him at the 35-yard line. It's
Except
just
for that time the Bengals hit him out of bounds, and then they got a magical 15 yards.
That's
Man.
true, but that was another thing. I just think
I'm not disrespecting.
I just think it's an outdated rule.
15-14 and a half, by the way.
Wow. I just think it's an outdated rule given the fact that we have so much better skill players now in the NBA than we've ever had before.
I just think like, and maybe this is a thing with me and the
Points,
way
points,
it's
points.
executed. It's not about wanting to score more. Like, I don't understand why teams with 2, 3, 4 seconds left,
Yes,
instead of
have to-
hucking it all the way down there, get a
can do
guy
something.
going toward the basket and throw up a 3/4 court shot.
Yeah.
Like, that's great.
But to do,
Well, that's what.
But then they
that's
feel so
literally
much.
That's what
they
happened
did.
last night.
That's what they did in the.
Yes.
So what you're arguing isn't the rule.
It's the execution of it.
Well, it's
And I
crappy
love it.
college
teams-
basketball.
Crappy college basketball coaches
Classic.
not doing it right
Yes.
every single
and
time.
the players not
So let's
doing it
just
right.
take the crappiness out of their hand and let's make them better coaches by advancing the ball
Couldn't agree
halfway
more.
down the
Yeah,
floor.
see,
This is my argument, John. I can't watch
that's
it
a-
anymore. It's
What
very
do you mean
fun.
you can't watch it anymore?
I hate it. It triggers me to no end. If
Well,
somebody
it triggers me to no end that someone just gets to call a magic timeout. A fairy comes down out of the crowd and waves their magic wand. Oh, look, you get 50. See, if you want
I
this
love
rule to be
fairies.
consistent, then here's what I want. If the defense calls a timeout, you go back to the baseline. And if they call a second
Hilarious.
timeout, they have to inbound from the concourse.
Love this idea. This is a great
So
bit.
if we're going to give the offense a magic timeout, then the defense should get a magic timeout.
Can I
Let's
ask
do
a
it.
serious question,
Handshake
John?
meme. I
Why does
love
this
it.
bother you so much when you don't even like the NBA? This would be like me getting mad at like a tennis rule.
Okay, hold on. Because there are idiots that want to bring this rule into college basketball.
Well, you just called
are
Hepburn
you
idiots.
mad at halves versus quarters? Are you
Oh, yes.
You
He's
want
the one.
halves?
He's the only person I know in the whole world that likes halves.
Okay, well, let's not even go into this argument.
because women's college basketball, you advance the ball, you have quarters.
Oh.
It's
let's-
good. It's a good system.
Again, okay, now we're getting down a whole different path.
We are
But
a little
It's a
bit.
crossover.
But
We got
there
plenty
is-
of time.
But there is nothing, in my opinion, that disrupts the flow of the game by the way it's played now. Now, listen, if they go to quarters, they go to quarters. I'm not going to be triggered by it. My only point about halves versus quarters is the game still fits neatly in a 2-hour window. These so-called examples of 18 fouls and people shooting free throws with 10 minutes left happen so infrequently
Weren't there?
that there are folks. I think there are folks that are just using confirmation bias to say, "Oh, the game flows so much better." I watch enough women's college basketball. I don't notice any difference in flow between the men's game.
See, that is
and the women's
impossible
game.
for me to hear because I go and I call these games and
Josh,
the flow.
I watch these games. I call
but
these
the
games.
flow is so much better.
No, it's
in
not.
them.
There's not that. There's no difference.
Josh, I don't know that the
There is
flow
no
better.
difference.
I just
I
the
like
u-
that they don't shoot free throws for 10 minutes at a time.
I just like the
but
uniformity.
You're describing something that does not happen as much as you think it does.
it happens enough that it
It
annoys
doesn't
me.
happen that often.
Didn't it happen in the St. John's Creighton game on Sunday? I feel like someone was shooting free throws with 9 minutes left.
Yeah, because they were fouled on a missed shot.
But weren't they shooting? Weren't
No,
they already
no one,
at
no
six?
one, no one was in the bonus until
Okay.
the last.
Yeah, Creighton
6
never
minutes.
fouls.
All right. Well, I saw some game this weekend, and once again, I was like, oh, thank God that I get to call women's
To
games.
me, the only thing that disrupts the flow of basketball is the incessant replay reviews.
See,
That's-
now we handshake me,
Yeah,
John.
yeah.
Yes. Now,
But
put all of
again,
our hands together.
Listen, it's probably quarters are probably coming. It's not going to bother me. That's not going to bother me.
it's not the
I just
flow.
don't think there's any noticeable difference in the flow one game to the other.
I don't. It's not as much the flow for me. It's the uniformity. Like 5 fouls, we go into the double bonus. There's no stupid 1-and-1s. The media
Couldn't agree
timeouts
more.
are at 5 every single quarter. Like unless there's a floating one in the second half. Like it's pretty straightforward. We know when stuff is coming. That's why I prefer it. Do I really am I really passionate about it one way or the other? No, but I do prefer it. I prefer
and that's
You're
it.
not
fine.
marching in the
and that's
streets.
fine. It's not gonna bother me either way. The only thing I would caution if they bring quarters to the men's game, it has a better chance of disrupting the flow than it does in the women's game because the networks, and this isn't a game problem, but the networks will find another reason to cram in another timeout.
Of course they will.
So that's the only thing I would warn against. But
my guess is, you know what they would do? They would add a coach's timeout in the first half, would turn into a TV.
Correct.
Timeout.
They would just have a floater in the first.
They'd have 2 floaters.
The only thing I ask is that as long as the game continues to fit inside that neat 2-hour window, that's fine. And it does.
Agree.
I mean, it does. Outside of the NCAA tournament, which, and again, that's mostly because of the commercials.
Or if you go to triple overtime in Newark.
in Newark.
Don't go to triple OT in Newark.
I was looking at that game log today. It was 2 hours and 42 minutes of game time.
Yeah, it was. It was a long time.
I think last night's game that I called was like an hour 40. It was crazy.
Oh,
yeah.
But
I
that's what
always look
happens
forward to the
sometimes.
games that I'm doing in Lincoln where we're not on TV.
Mhm.
It is some good stuff.
Tank writes, Iowa was in the bonus last night by the 16-minute timeout. See,
Go
that is
Hawks.
disgusting.
Were they really?
That's gross. That's actively gross.
Okay.
And it's fine if it's just one time, but that's one time too many for me.
Go Hawks.
Okay, but
See, but John, if you're not that passionate about it, why do you keep defending halves?
The incumbency is on don't be a dumb team and foul all the time.
Sure, but here's my question. If you say you're not that passionate about it, why do you continue to defend halves? And why don't you just throw up your arms and say, let's just do quarters then?
Why should I have to throw again? I am always of the philosophy if something's not broken, it doesn't need to be fixed. I don't see this as a broken thing.
But isn't part of this that you don't want it because the NBA has quarters? I feel like
No.
you've said that on the show before.
No.
Okay.
No.
Maybe I'm remembering wrong.
Anti-NBA John.
Mhm.
The only thing I hate about the NBA is the stupid magic timeout where the magic fairy comes down and magically advances the ball.
I actually like that Magic Fairy. We should create
I would murder.
should be-
I would murder that fairy.
That should be our new mascot instead of Big Milk. It's Magic Timeout Fairy. Whee! Here I come.
Get the graphics department on this. I want to see this character.
And John is stabbing it.
And
to
I
death.
will stab that fairy
Oh,
in the heart.
I was gonna say to our person who's of graphics, maybe make John the magic timeout fairy.
Oh, so
That would be
He's
offensive.
stabbing himself.
Use the fairy from
well,
Shrek 2.
I wouldn't do that.
Odson quoting John, I'd murder a fairy. YouTube user, one of our new users, I haven't seen this person before,
This is good.
writes, more heated discussion right now or last year with the simple reload versus rebuild
Oh.
debate.
Oh,
I forgot about that one.
we do. I
Yeah,
do
I
like
don't
it when we
remember.
get yelly from time to time. It's
Yeah,
kind of nice.
you need to get yelly. You need to.
a little bit.
Yelling.
Yeah, it's
almost-
important. It's good
We're
for a
very cordial with
relationship.
each other sometimes, but every
Yeah.
once in a while we, like to
Yeah.
heat it up.
It's nice to stab a fairy, says John. It's important
Oh,
to stab a
absolutely.
fairy.
I
every
would
now and
stab that fairy through the heart. Just,
Wow.
Just straight up murder it, and then
so much for the timeouts.
and then light it on fire.
Yeah, then the timeouts would be gone.
Does
Just like
Doc
the
Rivers
fairy.
take fewer timeouts because John is murdering the advance the ball fairy? Don't call the timeout, Doc.
Doc, another
I want-
fairy is going to get murdered.
Yeah.
John emails in, are you guys planning on sending today's crossover to ESPN as an audition for a new Chit Chat show? You would probably get it. 3 guys yelling over each other about things fits right in. Is this the most ESPN
Oh,
we've ever
no.
been?
Oh,
Yes.
that's unfortunate.
We got to talk
Bummer.
about poop or
Oh
something.
wait, which one of us is Stephen A?
Who is the loudest in this segment? Probably John in this
Probably
segment.
John.
Keena writes, YouTube is going to flag this so hard. What? I don't think we're getting flagged anymore. for
Murder,
stuff.
murder, murder,
Murder.
I don't think YouTube cares about us anymore.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Travis, wow, John here for hate crimes.
As long as we don't.
I think it. I mean, I think it's a good hate crime. I think it is good to hate the timeout fairy. I think
John
it is.
Bishop, I think it's a good hate crime.
I think
What a
hating
quote.
the murder fairy.
that would be
hating-
an amazing just thing we put on during breaks. Just a picture of John. It's like
That's a good
this
hate
is a
crime.
good hate crime.
Odson,
John
get on the
Bishop.
graphic.
There are good hate crimes and bad hate crimes.
Dumb debates. Are there good hate crimes?
If it's murdering the timeout,
It's murdering the timeout.
It's still
fairy.
AM radio.
Mm-hmm. It is indeed. Mm. You should ask Mac about that tonight. If Creighton
Oh,
wins,
I know. Mac likes the advance rule. And
hell yes.
and here's
Smart guy.
but
Go
you know
Mac.
why? You know why?
I'm gonna tweet at him.
Because guess who's one of the best coaches in America in drawing up
Yeah,
baseline
exactly.
and
That's
sidelines out of
that's
bounds
true.
plays.
Yeah.
Of course, he's playing to his strengths, and I understand that. It still doesn't make it a smart or good rule.
And if I recall, he has been guilty of screwing up the full court baseball toss.
Oh,
pass before, too.
no.
I can't remember, but I feel like I've been mad at him about it before.
Oh no.
The full court huck it down
Huck
to
it,
the other free throw
chuck it.
line just to see.
I don't remember. Well, there was the famous one, but it had nothing to do with trying to score. You're thinking of the Marquette game where
on a
where they just were trying to enter the ball in to kill the clock, and they went the baseball pass, and Martine couldn't catch up to it. It went out of bounds. Marquette gets the ball in their front court, and then
that might have been the one that I was thinking.
That was a defensive play, not an offensive play.
It's true.
Yeah,
it's true. Many coaches are guilty though, not just Mac. But I do appreciate his ability to.
Does he like quarters,
blobs, and slobs?
I don't know. It probably does.
I'm
honestly
he is
surprised.
of the NBA. His son is in the NBA.
I'm honestly surprised that they haven't brought the quarters to the men's game yet, as much as people claim they love it so much.
I thought we were doing it prior to this year. I thought that was the whole scuttlebutt.
Be nice
Maybe
when
we're
they
doing
do.
it next year.
Yeah.
I have no. Why do people hate quarters?
Nick,
I don't think anybody hates quarters. And again, I don't.
No.
I think college basketball likes having it because it is different. They're the only level of basketball. Men's basketball is the only level that doesn't play quarters. I honestly think that's why they stuck with it.
I think it's because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't think it's broken. That's not the reason people aren't tuning in as much as they used to for college basketball.
Yeah, and for the record, I'm not making any argument that this would like increase viewership.
Yeah.
Selfishly, I just like it.
Was not having a 3-point line broke?
Oh, great question, Happer.
I think everybody would have been just fine if they didn't add a 3-point line. And they did. It was pretty good afterwards.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes evolution can just be adding something for the sake of doing it.
Life finds a way.
Bingo. It does indeed.
Yeah, but okay, again, I still think you're overestimating how much quarters fixes a problem.
I agree with that.
The 3-point line adds an element of, deep shooting, and it rewards deep shooting.
Oh, yeah, it
and
completely changes the game. The quarters thing doesn't.
Yeah, the quarters thing's not going to change how the game is played.
Here's a question for you. Question for you. You know, everyone's like freaking out about the NBA right now because
the NBA.
There's a million points and everyone takes threes and
Everyone's
math
too good.
traveling. Should they get rid of the 3-point line?
Here we go. Send this to Steve.
Here we go.
I'm serious. If everyone's freaking out, because like one of the bits that they've come up with is like, what if the 3-point line, instead of cutting down along the like near the baseline, if they just it went to like the literal sideline, and so there wasn't a corner 3. Like that's one of the ideas that they have had. Yeah. So what if they just got rid of 3-point lines entirely? Thus, what's the benefit of shooting from there? It brings back the mid-range game, perhaps. And games aren't a billion to a billion anymore. So I don't know. That's my question.
It's interesting. Honestly, if you wanted to experiment with that, I don't think it's a terrible idea.
Yeah. It would certainly change the math of a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Do it in that goofy in-season tournament.
Oh, yeah. The play-in tournament.
Not the play-in tournament, but the one they did in Las Vegas. The goofy in-season. Early season tournament, whatever they called it. Yeah. Experiment with it. I don't know how much that'll change it. It might change.
I would like to see what would happen.
Now,
throw it out there.
Unfortunately, it would then be punishing people like Steph Curry,
100%,
who are elite 3-point shooters.
Yes, 100%.
Which again goes back to the advance the ball timeout. I just think we have been robbed with so many great elite deep shooters, and I mean really not just hey, I'm standing 1 foot outside the 3-point line. I mean we're talking basically half court guys.
Well, why don't we take the trade then, and we'll do instead of doing the advance the ball thing, John, we can keep it your way, but we also add. Well, I guess this would be double your way, right? If we added like a half court 4-point or 5-point line, something like that, then we could even that. I guess the evening out would be advancing it and then adding the 5-point line at half court. That way you could still get credit for shooting your half-court shots as you so desire. Well, you want to see more half-court threes?
No,
right?
it's not, and it's not even about the half court. I mean, think back to Tyus Edney. Tyus Edney goes coast to coast in 4 seconds
It's not that
because
hard.
he was starting in the backcourt.
That's why you shouldn't throw the baseball pass. By the way.
Well, yeah, and again, that's a strategy thing. I think you can. These so-called great coaches and that are in the NBA, they should be able to design some plays to get a guy open, set a screen for somebody at midcourt, and Steph's got a 38-footer to win, and bang,
I'm cool with that. As long as, but apparently, no coach throughout the history of time has been able to crack this code.
Well, it's because in the NBA they've never had to.
That's true.
They've never had to. They've never been forced to work.
So, essentially, what Happer is proposing here is that not only has the Leitner shot pissed off people that hate Duke, but it has also ruined the sport because now everyone thinks let's just do the Grant Hill to Christian
That is
Leitner
exactly
play.
what I'm proposing. Yes.
Wow.
That is my take of
Interesting.
the
The
day.
tail on this play has been massive.
Yep.
And
Yeah, but
problematic.
Listen,
Let's erase it from history.
I've seen a lot
Stalin?
of teams
Yeah.
work a play to where, I mean, I think Alabama almost had a shot go in because they had a neat little play worked out where they got him a guy open, at midcourt. It wasn't a half court heave.
Yeah.
So I don't think the baseball pass happens. I mean, it happens, but it doesn't happen as much.
Too much. Every time it happens, it's too many. Just like get a guy moving, going toward the basket. That you see the teams now running football plays basically.
Yes, you do.
On these baseline full court situations.
Yes, you do.
Let's have everybody line up as wide receivers, and then they'll run routes. Josh, I bet you like that probably.
Routes?
Yeah,
Reminds me of football.
The route boy.
exactly.
God, I love
Route
football.
boy.
Husker Fast writes, get rid of the current 3-point line, move it back 10 feet and make it a 4-point line. The line doesn't go into the corner like the 3-point line. The arc is out near half court. How about those analytics?
All right, now we're just wrecking this whole thing.
Mhm.
Why don't we take the basket out and make it into a trash can instead?
Oh, or a peach basket.
Yeah, or go smaller. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just go back to the olden times.
Imagine if the basket was 3 times bigger. How many points would we have then?
That's too many points. That's too many.
What if we made the basket smaller
Yeah,
in the
make
NBA?
it smaller.
Ooh. How much smaller could it be? How big is it compared to a ball?
It's quite a bit bigger. Like almost 2 balls can fit in there.
That's true. I haven't shot a basketball in years.
You'd be surprised. Like if you ever been around a rim when it's
2 hot coffees.
and you look, it's like, whoa, this thing is actually huge.
Yeah, that's
Why does it
true.
look so small to me when
Get
I'm
that a
20
lot.
feet away?
Yeah, it's always like when I see an airplane and I'm like, wow, those windows look so tiny. And then you get on a plane and I mean, it's not like they're this big, but
It's a big plane.
You can see.
Why
out of
don't they put bigger windows in airplanes?
there.
Make the entire airplane a window.
Now that would be
Wait,
interesting.
hold on, Nick. That sounds like a good idea.
Tired. Make it out of the black box. Wired.
Then
Just make it a big
I think you would-
window.
Every seat is a window seat then.
You'd get a lot of people who would probably get flight sick.
We
Those-
have sunroofs and cars.
Dude,
Put them in a plane.
Those flights that are during the sunrise would suck if the whole plane
Yes.
was one giant
But it
window.
wouldn't be that cold any. It's so cold
might
on the
be
plane.
too
Oh,
hot.
It'd be too hot. You'd be
Too
right up-
hot.
Yeah.
Too hot planes.
Too hot.
2 hot coffees.
Yeah,
I
that'd
think
be.
people would burn up from the radiation.
It'd be like ants, right?
Yes.
Would we be the ants?
Oh,
Be
no.
giant magnifying
glass.
glass? Nick, I like this idea, but I don't. 'Cause
Window
it results in
plane.
Don't
John
they-
can put the advance the ball fairy in there though.
Don't they
I
make,
would.
It wouldn't make it
When I
less
crash
safe.
that plane.
don't they
Hmm.
make that glass where it's insulated so it will keep the hot out, the hot part hot, and the cold part
Oh,
cold?
I'm sure the
Hot
technology
part hot
exists.
and the cold part cold.
Yeah, but can you imagine how many people would get air sick looking down
They
and
sound
seeing
weak.
the ground?
If you can't handle it, don't go on the plane.
Mm.
Take a train.
This from the guy who wants to die on a plane with 800
I didn't say I
puppies.
want to. I said if it was going to happen, though, I would feel comfortable.
People do like to close the windows of their seat, though, and they
Mm-hmm.
would have no option in the window plane.
That's
They
fair.
would not have an option. To
Every
close the
window plane comes with an eye mask. Problem
Okay.
solved.
Most of the time, I want the window closed because it's so bright in there. You
Mm.
just want it closed so you can either sleep or how are you going to sleep on a plane?
I
with
said
all
eye
windows?
mask. Every window plane, you get a complimentary eye
Buy
mask.
one
don't
flight,
want it.
get a free eye mask.
It's like when you see a movie at IMAX. They just
You
give you the
get the good
glasses, and then at the
glasses.
end, you put them in the
I
box.
think I want an eye mask.
A couple comments going back to what Happer said a few minutes ago. Dave writes, Happer, please tell us more about how big rims are up close. And then Casey, Mike's mom, says, I have been around lots of rims where many balls can fit in.
Nice.
By the way, the
You ever
rim
seen a rim up
is
close?
18 inches in
Mm.
circumference.
How big's a basketball in circumference?
Probably less than 18, right?
Yes, Nick, it is. Otherwise it
Definitely
wouldn't
less
fit.
than 18.
Good job, Nick.
Thank you.
Nice math there.
I think
Nick.
it's.
I took an engineering class in high
I'm going to
school.
guess about half of that.
Well, wait a minute. No, this doesn't make sense.
Oh, is it bigger?
Okay, so an NBA ball is 29.5 inches in circumference.
That's circumference. So
You
it's
just said a
half of
rim was 18 in circumference.
But again, that's going all
It's
the
a
way
3D
like this.
space to
Oh.
a 2D space.
Correct.
Yeah.
Look
yeah,
at
yeah.
this.
I
Yeah.
took an engineering
That's
class in high
better.
school.
Yeah, that's better.
How did that go?
Great. I love
Really?
It. Yeah.
But you're so bad at math.
I'm good at drafting, apparently.
Mm.
Don't know why.
Mm.
Don't ask me how my brain works. I'm the great grandson of a carpenter.
Oh, oof, I was worried. You never want to hear someone say I'm the great grandson of.
It's dangerous.
It really
territory.
is. Talk to a Southerner. Like, I don't want to hear what your great grandson
My
of.
ancestors came from Germany in the early 30s.
Nice.
They were probably like, hey, we don't agree with that. We're going to skedaddle.
That's the under.
We hit the under before the segment.
Yeah, we did hit the end.
That was off the air, though.
Okay.
That was
off the air under.
Oh, it
doesn't
was.
count.
That's right. Yeah, good
Yeah,
point.
indeed. I'm going to say it. Happy New Year.
You think so?
Happy New
Yes,
Year.
there was some arguing. There was some rims. There was a lot of stuff.
Window
in this.
plane.
Window plane. I think this was a good one. I think this was all over the place. I like
And
this
these
one.
two were giddy over
Oh,
milking
Glass
yeah.
plane. Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, how did this whole thing start? With
With you guys-
Mr.
Milk Daddies.
McCreamy.
yeah,
Mr. McCreamy.
giggling over
I reached
Mr.
out to the
McCreamy.
GM, by the way, so we'll see.
let's go. This would be great because John would be so upset by it.
Just make sure it's when I'm not here.
Nope, Nick, make sure John is here.
I almost sent the message 2/3 of us love Mr. Creamy.
That'd be a fun bit. John hates the guest.
That is kind of funny.
Yeah, we haven't done that before.
What? I didn't know we were inviting the magical timeout fairy on the show.
Hi, John.
Let's welcome on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline
Oh.
the NBA magical timeout fairy. I want you dead.
I'm here to grant you a magical timeout.
Mm.
Please don't murder. Please don't murder me.
Mm.
Be nice. All right, cool.
All
Happy
right.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
The Grum starts next on 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Some deceiving sunshine for your Wednesday afternoon with temperatures hardly getting above freezing in the mid-30s. Clear skies overnight starting tomorrow morning in the 20s. Sunny skies tomorrow with a strong south breeze getting us up to a temperature near 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
Bring your family to Isla Del Mar, the best of Omaha choice for Mexican seafood. Isla Del Mar has an extensive menu that features made-from-scratch sauces, seasoned meats, seafood and sushi, authentic homemade recipes, and a variety of amazing drinks. Isla Del Mar is locally owned and family-operated. We invite your family to join ours for a unique culinary experience. Visit us at one of our 2 locations, 36th and Q on the Q Plaza, or at 133rd and Center next to Dave & Buster's. Take a trip to Isla Del Mar for the best Mexican food in Omaha.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
For John's 60th birthday, his family planned to drive down Old Route 66. But the trip took a detour when his wife got sick with RSV. It's a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems and hospitalizations.
This year, we don't want to cancel our plans. We're protecting ourselves with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine.
Abrysvo, a vaccine to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. It's not for everyone and may not protect all who receive it. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had an allergic reaction to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may decrease your response. Most common side effects are tiredness, headache, injection site pain, and muscle pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com.
So don't wait. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, because every breath matters.
Progressive asks, what do a slow Friday night, bored teenage boys,
I'm bored.
a pack of fireworks,
This is gonna be awesome.
and a teetering branch suspended over your car have in common?
Look out!
They can quickly wreak havoc on your slow Friday night.
Uh-oh.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for great savings and round-the-clock protection.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
It's mulch better at Lanahaw. Planning to wake up your tired yard for spring? Make your landscape the envy of the neighborhood with mulch from Lanahaw's Garden Center, where quality is always a priority. Convenient pickup or delivery available. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Nick, you still do.
Well, we're going to even things up here in a little bit. Mike Dorrsey's going to join us.
Whoa, what a get!
Matt DeMarinis.
Whoa.
Dumb Debates Day.
Oh my! And we'll probably yell at each other about the advanced ball rules some more.
Yeah.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Josh, I came up with a bit.
Oh?
As the Dairy Daddies start their season,
yes,
we give weekly updates on them. You and me, and then John just has to sit here and listen.
The Dairy Daddies update.
Dairy Daddy Daily?
Can I have a pillow?
Who are you going to smother?
I'm not going to smother anyone. No,
Murder.
I'll smother the timeout fairy,
Murder.
but I'll use it to just rest my head. By the way, speaking of that,
of pillows
or fairies,
we got new pillows recently. They're awesome.
Yeah, new pillows are pretty nice.
And these have been a game changer because
Have
the
they?
previous iteration of our pillows, neither of us were sleeping very well, and now we're sleeping great. And that's not a euphemism. We're actually sleeping great.
I should get a pillow.
Rest is important, friends. Everyone
Yes.
poo-poos rest. Oh, they brag about it. I get 2 hours of sleep a night. That's horrible
That's
for your
bad.
health. Try to get at least 8 hours.
Okay.
Usually I'm in the 7 to 8 hour
I
range.
feel like I'm starting to be of the age where my peers are agreeing that sleep is good.
Sleep
so it's
is
great.
so vital.
Sleep is
Like,
very vital.
So many of my friends like, oh, going to bed at 10:30. It's like, cool.
Yep.
Me too.
Yep, exactly.
Nick's starting his own Me Too movement. apparently.
Wow.
John.
About sleep.
About sleep.
Interesting.
Sleep.
But on
too.
that point, yesterday when I left the show, I wasn't feeling great. I've had this congestion thingy.
Yeah.
And I got home last night. I had some dinner, and it was like, I'm gonna get through this basketball prep as fast as I can
So you
because
go
I
to
had
bed?
most of it done.
Always nice.
I had most of it done.
Prep boy.
And I said, I am not going to stay up. I'm not going to turn on any basketball games. I'm just going to go to bed. And so at like 8:15,
Those are simple
me and
hours.
Wrigley went up and into the bedroom, and she curled up at the end of the bed like she always does. And I did turn on our movie for the movie club and watched about 30 minutes of that. And was like,
get down.
asleep by 9.
That is a great night of sleep.
Not a good endorsement for the movie.
Yeah, did the movie make you sleepy?
I hope it picks up.
Oh, wow.
I hope it picks
Have
up.
you what? No, of course not.
Not only seen about a half an hour of
Thursday's
it, so
my
I'm not
movie
gonna,
night.
I'm not gonna.
You got the good stuff to come.
I'm not gonna poo-poo it yet, but
unless
and it
the
wasn't the
Commanders
movie's
and
fault.
Bears
I
are
was
playing.
already in the mode, but I figured,
Sleep is
sleep
very
is
important.
And sure enough, I woke up this morning.
Sure
I feel
enough.
much better than I did yesterday.
Hell yes,
I mean, I'm still a
John.
little congested. I'm still stuffy, because the creeping crud that's going around. But I feel
creeping
much
crud.
better. Much better than I did
A
yesterday.
lot of people in Lincoln, I've noticed, are the ones getting sick. What's happening in crime?
Mark?
Do we need to put a dome around Crime Town?
Yes, the sick dome, not the Link Dome.
Yes.
We to keep them in.
I didn't spend much time in Lincoln this week.
There was a book by Stephen King that was turned into a TV show called Under the Dome.
Yep, and then The Simpsons did it.
Hated the book. I could not stand it. Actually, The Simpsons did it before the book.
Oh,
The movie?
So Stephen King
I
ripped
think.
off?
When did the Simpsons movie
Simpsons?
come out there, Nick? Was that like 07, 08?
Sounds about right.
07, yeah. So I guess Stephen King kind of ripped off The Simpsons.
Wow, a rare case of Simpsons did it.
It was a great idea. I mean, what a great idea. A random dome comes down and covers a small town, cuts people in half.
You don't want to be cut in half.
Definitely not. It just kind of sucked.
Never heard of it.
Oh, we got an email, by the way.
From? Oh, the
John.
Milk Daddies?
No, from John.
Oh, no offense, John.
He said Josh bought a MyPillow.
No, I did not. Don't say that. You know, I've
Josh
seen
here from My Pillow.
No,
I stand behind this pillow and everything it stands behind.
Look, even if I didn't dislike the guy who invented those, have you ever touched a MyPillow before?
I've heard they suck.
I don't get it. Before I disliked the guy, I remember having one of those and I was like, I don't get this.
Something
We got
tells me that
one.
It's lumpy.
We got one for, was it Christian? And he didn't like it. And none of us liked it.
Yeah, it was weird. Like it was like a bunch of tiny baby balls in there.
Oh.
Well, and it just wasn't that comfortable.
Don't think I should say that sentence again.
I think that the people who like to buy MyPillow aren't actually buying it for the pillow.
No, they used to though, Nick. It used to just be a pillow. It wasn't a culture war. Have you seen, John, that ice cream is now a part of the culture war?
Oh, ice cream got woke.
Oh,
Yes!
what did the libs do? Well,
No,
wait a minute. Hold
no,
on,
no, no,
hold on,
don't
wait a
blame
minute.
us.
Now,
I had ice
no,
cream
wait a
last
minute,
night,
wait a
by the
minute.
way.
Your boys out there in Vermont, they've been pretty active.
No, not
So
from
they
that
started it.
direction, John. President B was licking some cream the other day, and Clay Travis doesn't like it. And now all of the far right doesn't like ice cream. For the record, I still love it, and I will eat it, but not for culture wars.
What?
Just be, it's
I'm
not
confused.
masculine to go get ice cream by yourself, is the whole new thing. It's John, I don't know.
You can only
Number
get ice
one,
cream if
hold
you're
on,
on a
number
date
one.
with a girl.
Yeah, exactly.
Number one.
Can you get ice cream with the boys?
I don't. Right? Hey, boys, let's go get some cream that's iced.
Number one, the president
The
does
cream
not go
boys.
anywhere by himself.
Correct. Seth Meyers was in the picture that I saw.
He's not allowed to.
I was like, hey, it's Seth Meyers. Imagine getting ice cream with the president.
I hope the president also bought the Secret Service ice cream. Otherwise, that would be kind of rude. It'd be a D move.
He probably didn't. They got work to do.
Yeah, you don't want the Secret Service distracted eating ice cream when they're supposed to be protecting the president.
If you're good enough to be in the Secret Service, I think you're good enough to be able to multitask, John.
But
Nick,
that's not the point.
Just stay away from the dog.
They have so many things to
I
do.
mean, it's
Nick.
not like in the middle of a war. The lieutenant says, "Okay, everyone, ice cream."
Ice cream, Lieutenant
They're
Dan
kinda
ice
focused
cream.
on
Remember, they were in the hospital when that happened.
completing
Nick?
the mission.
They were in the hospital. So yeah,
I didn't realize. I didn't.
I didn't know it until I saw a few people quoting Clay
Woke
Travis
ass
the other
ice
day.
cream.
And this is why
I still love ice
I
cream.
do not watch any of that stuff.
Yep.
That politics stuff, forget about it.
Yeah, ice cream.
My eyes
Typical
just glaze
politics.
over.
I love ice cream. I'm not going to stop eating ice cream.
Everyone loves ice cream.
I'm going to have a bowl tonight.
Ice cream's great. Of ice cream?
I'm going to it still might be the froyo that we have left over
Uh,
that I accidentally bought.
The fake cream.
God, it doesn't taste any different. It's fine. It's good.
You sound like you're in denial.
It tastes a little different, but it's still good. It's frozen, cold cream.
I got Sonic last night.
Classic
Sonic ice
Nick
cream.
getting a chain.
Yep.
All right, should we get to the Grum Down?
Oh, yeah, we should get to the Grum Down.
Grum
Brought to you by
Down!
the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Mm.
Jays try to regroup tonight against Seton Hall. Fire drill. This is a
yeah.
This has dual meaning.
Yeah.
Huskers now in the double bye zone.
Mm-hmm.
Matt DeMarinis, a White and Blue Review, will join us a little bit later on. The beauty of the half-court heave.
Nice, yeah. We've talked about it very little so far.
Speaking
today.
of that, Mike Dorrsey of BTN and the Sporting.
Yeah, he'll join us in a few minutes.
College football's problematic calendar.
Woke calendar?
Is there ice cream?
That's why they're called uniforms.
Oh, yes.
It's Dumb Debates Day. So send us your dumb debates. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Use the hashtag, please, dumb debates.
Yeah.
And we will debate later on in the Grum during the happy hour. That's at USC 1620. And the Chiefs' kingdom is failing.
John, don't disrespect.
Yeah, I do not want to disrespect John.
What the hell, John?
It's not my opinion.
Mark says, can we get some more hype monster? John, do we have any hype for the folks today?
No.
No hype.
I don't.
I'll hype Nebraska
if
basketball up. I got nothing for football today, though.
Well, they're not playing today either.
They're not. They're playing tomorrow.
Playing tomorrow.
They're playing tomorrow night.
No hype.
They're playing tomorrow during the show. They're on at 5:30 tomorrow.
Well, I mean, that's barely during the show.
I mean, it's on during some of the show. The first half will be on during the show.
The first half of the first half.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
402-951-1620.
That's one place to contact us.
40 or 42 degrees the source hotline by your mom's house.
Another spot, John, is the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, and that's where Corey finds us, not Lathrop. Corey writes, until you spend $120 on a pillow, you're cheating yourself. 120 smackaroos.
What? Pillow is 100. I can't comprehend this.
I mean, I'm sure you could find one on the internet.
Well, yeah, but I can't. What makes it $120? Is it like a purple pillow?
Why would it be purple?
Well, no, the purple mattresses?
No.
Really?
No.
Oh, they're made out of this weird rubber foam thing, and they also make pillows, and people like to.
Okay. Is it one of those mattresses in a box?
I think it starts in a box.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I have. Oh, this looks a little different than mine, though. So I have a Casper, which came in a box.
I've heard of Casper.
Oh, it's so comfortable. But no, yeah, I'm sure, Nick. I'll go to Purple's Pillows. Let's see how much those things cost.
They look weird. I don't know if I'd want to. The texture kind of throws me.
$159.
Jeez.
Or a king size for $191.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Yeah, that's a lot of money for a pillow.
That's almost a year of an MLB TV subscription.
The little cheap ass pillow
like
I have right
shirts.
now does a good enough job. It does a very good job.
Target pillows, pretty good.
Jesse says Purple pillows are the best. $250. Wow. Jesse here for Purple.
Well,
interesting.
The only purple I like is the Stone Temple Pilots album.
Wow, look at that.
In the color.
By the way, Mark does add, I just like the hype monster sound effect.
Should we
give him
well,
that?
we don't want to know. Hype monster.
Okay.
Hype monster.
Don't want to wake him up.
Dylan's going to be great.
Or is he?
Wow, that'll be a topic.
Have we seen him play in the college game yet?
We have not. That's a good point. It's a good point. Equitable Bank Inbox as well, by the way.
Yes, Equitable Bank Inbox.
Mer.
John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. This basketball game's gotten a little tight.
Yep.
It's 28-28.
It's a close game. That's what we can.
I used to spend
say
summers
about
in
it.
Clarkson, Nebraska.
Why?
Because they have a Czech fest up there.
Oh.
And
like
that's-
Czechoslovakia?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Or the Republic?
That's where the Bishop side of the family is from. Or part of the Bishop side of the family is from. I know Wilbur's got the Czech fest too, but we always went to Clarkson.
Is it like a warring Czech fest situation? Did they try to one up each
they're
other?
opposite.
Wilbur,
The
hardly knew her.
Clarkson Czech fest used to be in June. I don't know if they even do it anymore, but it used to be in June, where the Wilbur one was, I think, July or August.
Oh, wow.
Maybe something like that.
One more comment before we go to DeCourcy. Corey has followed up and sent a link. Now, it's funny that Nick mentioned purple because Corey links us to charcoal.
Oh.
Sleepy's charcoal cool pillow. A queen size is $159. A king size is $199. Wow. That pillow better be the beast effing knee.
Is charcoal just purple but black instead of purple?
It is. There is some charcoal to it. JD says we sleep on a sativa mattress, or no, a satva, And we have Satva pillows, $185 each. What's up with these lists?
A sativa mattress sounds insane.
It does. Where do
you would never sleep.
Where do they get all this money?
This is turning into
JD, I want some of that money, bro.
Are these pillows made out of beef jerky or something?
Oh, nice reference. Have we gotten the other beef jerky?
No,
yet, by the way?
I have not seen
Hopefully tomorrow.
The pipeline jerky has not arrived yet.
Jerky watch 2K24.
We still got. I know it's on its way. They sent me a little shipping thing. They said it's on its way. I'm sure it'll be here.
Can you just track it?
Hopefully, we'll do it on Friday during the crossover.
You gotta keep track of your meat, John.
I went to bed early last night. I have no time to keep track of that.
John.
No, what? What?
Do you remember when we were talking about Curb Your Enthusiasm this week and how one of the people on the show looked a little old? He has passed.
Richard Lewis?
According to some tweets, Richard Lewis has passed.
Eee.
Wow. Oh, that's sad.
Well,
at least he's on the last season of Curb.
That's sad. How old is 83?
Oh, sorry, I missed. I should have reopened the page. Richard Lewis was 76.
Wow,
hey, that's not even that old.
It wasn't that old.
No.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Richard Lewis.
All right, let's talk some hoops.
Mike Dorrsey of the Sporting News and BTN next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
So, Isabella, you're in high school earning college credits?
Tuition-free college credits.
Tuition-free? Your mom's got a...
Love that.
Hey, Maya, hold up. You'll graduate from high school.
But my college gen ed's knocked out. Tuition-free.
That's got to save you and your parents thousands in college tuition. How about you, Ian?
I'll be debt-free thanks to MCC.
Earn college credits while still in high school. Tuition-free. Get started at mccneb.edu/tuition-free. Classes start March 7th.
This is me at MCC.
All right, Omaha sports fans, are you looking for tickets to live events without hidden fees? Look no further than Tickets for Less with upfront pricing and no service fees at checkout. TicketsForLess.com is your ultimate source for tickets to the biggest events, including sports, concerts, and more. Plus, Tickets for Less is local. All you have to do is download the free Tickets for Less app, easy browsing of the hottest events. Plus, when you use the promo code THEZONE, you can save on your next order. Every seat holds a story. Find yours and save with the promo code THEZONE now at TicketsForLess.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Shop Woodhouse Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram during Ram Truck Month and save on the entire lineup of heavy-duty trucks. Like the powerful and capable new Ram 3500 with an array of safety and tech features that will take your driving experience to the next level. Right now, get up to $15,500 off MSRP on our lineup of 2024 Ram 2500s and 2024 Ram 3500s. The most advanced Ram heavy-duty pickups ever. Get started today at WoodhouseCDJRBellevue.com or WoodhouseChryslerJeepDodge.com to find your next truck. Based on standard and available features offered with approved credit, tax title license extra. Woodhouse discount of $3,644. Manufacturer incentive of $9,856. $1,000 for qualifying trade and $1,000 with finance through Chrysler Capital. $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 2/29/24. See dealer for details.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is your home for the big game. We're in the middle of the best time of the year of basketball season, with meaningful games every night, with 40 TVs and massive dual projectors. The games have never looked better. Pair that with their award-winning char-buffed wings and $7.99 Monday through Friday lunch specials. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill has everything you need. 173rd and West Center Road, and for takeout, 162nd and Maple.
Dino here with Leach Camper Sales. You'll be pleasantly surprised to see how affordable an RV can be. We have travel trailers with payments as low as $150 a month for qualified buyers, and they're ready to drive off the lot. Check out our inventory at leachcamper.com and bring us your trades. And don't forget, coffee's always on.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin Ultra Soft on the party, this is most so roll it back, everybody. Charmin's irresistibly soft and hella nice. My crib is always soft. It's our party vibe. She's cushion and face, so our chicks feel fly. So every booty wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Well, earlier I was callously overruled and outnumbered.
Of course you're going to bring this up with Mike. Come on.
By the imbeciles who think that the timeout fairy is the best thing in the world for basketball. Now we're going to even the odds a little bit and bring on someone with a respected voice in the game of basketball, a longtime college basketball writer, analyst for BTN, writer for the Sporting News, and friend of those of us who like the game at 94 feet the way Mr. Naismith intended, Mike Dorrsey of BTN and the Sporting News. Sorry for the long-winded introduction, Mike, but I'm very passionate about this as you are.
I just wonder, like, I know Nebraska's football country, and I just wonder how people would react if you got to advance the ball 30 yards just for calling timeout. I mean,
now here in Nebraska, with as bad as the football team has been recently, I think they'd
and
like
the number of timeouts that they've called. Bo Pelini era would have been fascinating with all those timeouts.
I mean, it's the most ridiculous concept. You don't people say, well, it adds more excitement. Well, so what if they played on trampolines? They'd be dunking all the time, and yet they did that, and nobody watched. I mean, it's illogical. It's antithetical to the nature of the sport. You don't get a head start or a boost up, or you don't get to play on, piggyback on somebody's shoulders makes you taller. It doesn't make any sense. And the idea that it makes the game more exciting, I don't know, did the Cavs game look dull last night the way it ended? How about the Colorado State-Nevada game? It seemed like it needed any sort of boost to be more interesting.
Absolutely not. I mean, and for them to both happen on the same night, Jared Lucas of Nevada hits a half-court heave. Nevada beats Colorado State on the road. Max Strus hits one for the Cavaliers because the Cavaliers didn't have any
timeouts.
No more magic timeout fairies left. But it was appropriate that they both happened on the same night. People were like, man, that's cool. We like that.
It just boggles my mind when people tell me that somehow makes it more interesting or better. When we don't. Hey, we called timeout in baseball, so now we get to pitch underhand to Shohei Ohtani or whatever. It's nonsense.
Mike, looking on the floor, often we'll be watching these Nebraska games on BTN, and you'll be on there during halftime or in the post game, and the conversation surrounding this team I found really interesting just over the course of this year. And I wanted to ask you this to start the conversation. Ceiling for this team in this NCAA tournament, and also your expectation. I wonder how different each of those answers would be for the 2024 Nebraska Cornhuskers.
My expectation now or when the year started?
Right now.
Well, I mean, I think they're going to get in. I said that on BTN on the weekend. I'll be shocked if it doesn't happen. They would have to completely collapse. And one, they're not the kind of team that's going to completely collapse. And two, the schedule doesn't really.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be monumental for them to lose out with who they play. They do go to Ohio State, which has proven not to be easy for Purdue and Michigan State recently. And that would be, by the way, a quad one win, which seems incongruous considering they just dismissed their coach, but it would be. And then there are two other games that are not as daunting. And so they're going to get in, and they will be hard to play because they have multiple players who aren't like very many other players, if any players. I mean, there's nobody like Casey who plays anything like him. Maybe Rob Dillingham a little bit for Kentucky is similar. But so you would have had to play Kentucky or Nebraska to know what it's kind of like to play against Casey, or with what you get from Rink Mass, that post ability low with that into his left shoulder with the right hand jump hook, or his ability to stand at the top of the key and orchestrate the offense. Not a lot of guys doing that. Coleman Hawkins does that, and he has a greater ability to drive, but Rink can drive it. So there's just not a lot of people like that. And then I suppose there's a few more Jawan Garys out there, but there aren't many, man. That dude's tough. He's skilled. He brings it every time. It's a team that I've really grown to enjoy watching play.
For those who love the idea of athletic directors showing patience and giving coaches an opportunity to either fail and reinvent themselves or at least adjust kind of their way of thinking, the Fred Hoiberg story of the last 2 years has to be a victory for those folks, because we see it far too often in college and pro sports, quite frankly. 2-3 years in, it's like, got to pull the trigger on this guy. The patience shown by Trev Alberts has really paid off, and Hoiberg being willing to, adjust kind of way he's done things, because he could have been very easily stuck in his own ways and said, hey man, this worked at Iowa State, it's going to work here. I'm curious what you think of that.
Yeah, I totally agree with your approach there. I mean, that is one of those things that everybody wants to do, is fire the coach, because it seems so easy. If you fire the coach, everything gets fixed. Well, no, the process of firing the coach breaks everything that's in place. And especially now where the players can transfer immediately. I mean, you have the ability to transfer now at any time after the season for a period of time. But now if you open a second portal, if you fire your coach, because it's considered to be a significant event affecting the players. So you're literally breaking everything that's in place. And now in those circumstances where everything's already broken, it's kind of what you have to do. But that's the judgment you have to make. And I got yelled at by a lot of Indiana fans online yesterday when I argued that, look, I don't agree with everything Mike Woodson's done at Indiana. I don't agree with every decision. I don't agree with every approach. But I also know that if you become the school that fires your coach for the third time in less than a decade, that you've got problems, even if you've got 5 banners hanging in the end zone. And I got yelled at for that. And so I'm really excited to see what Fred's doing now. They showed promise at the end of last year. They had that great run in February. Casey took off, and he added to it by bringing in Rink and some other guys. And it's been really thrilling to watch them develop. And you knew Fred's a great coach from his time at Iowa State. He demonstrated that over and over again. It just was a question of finding the right fit. And I don't understand, especially in this case, for those who might have been prone to moving on, why people don't understand how disruptive 2020 and 2021 were to everybody. I mean, they changed everything. When I hear now at Michigan State, people talking about why this player's not succeeding or that player's not succeeding, I hear a lot of, well, he wasn't out there scouting them because nobody was out there scouting them. And maybe the connection wasn't the same as it would have been 5 years earlier. So I think it's been great to see Fred bounce back from all of that and put together a terrific team that's fun to watch. plays hard, plays together, plays for one another, and plays for the fans at Pinnacle Bank. It's one of the really cool stories of college basketball this season.
Mike, looking back to your Monday column where you ranked the top 12 teams in college basketball, you wrote about your view of the Houston Cougars this season and why it might be tough to expect them to win it all. I wonder if you could expand on that position and why you think that you could end up being proven right, or maybe why you're concerned about it right now, because it did seem like there was more trepidation than usual in discussing them.
Yeah, they play great defense. They're really physical. They make it hard to play against them, constantly trapping the basketball. That all works really well for them. But they are highly dependent on two small guards. Jamal Shead, 6'1", drives their offense as a point guard. He's a wonderful player. I'd take him every day of the week. LJ Cryer, 6'1", is the primary scoring option. You don't see a lot of teams that are NCAA champions that's how they run their offense. That's how they drive their offense. Usually they have a big guy, some wings, guys who can take the ball to the rim and finish over people. I mean, that's not going to happen there. And they don't have a lot of post offense. Even their highest scoring wing is only 6'3". So it's just a different construction than we usually see from champions. And that's what gives me pause about them. Could I see them in Phoenix? Sure. The best teams can always win 4, but those last 2 are a lot harder to win than people often realize.
Mike Dorrsey of the Sporting News, also BTN, joining us here on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Last night in Allen Fieldhouse, BYU goes in, gets the upset win over Kansas. I've seen some takes this morning that KU's vulnerable, especially if Kevin McCullough is not fully healthy. But then there's others who are saying, wait a minute, let's give BYU some credit here. How did you see last night's result between those two?
Well, I have to give BYU credit because I was one of the people that thought even with McCullough out that they would be successful. They've been a team that's been more metrically impressive than they have been on the floor. They've lost a lot of games that a highly regarded tournament team should have probably won. But last night they took on the challenge and got it done. They made a lot of 3-point shots and to do that at Allen is not easy as a road team. So I give them a lot of credit for that. But it is a diminished Kansas team without McCullough, and they won't be successful in March without him. They have gotten to the point now where they're getting enough out of their bench that if he is most of himself, then they'll be among the better teams in the tournament. They'll be one of the deeper threats. They still have some issues. They don't defend the lane particularly well. I shouldn't say that. They don't defend the rim particularly well. They do defend the lane for the most part, but they don't defend the rim particularly well. That's not what Hunter Dickinson does. He's much more of a scorer than anything. And so they have some issues, but their bench has come along. Johnny Furphy has given them a legitimate fifth starter, which they did not have for the first 6 weeks of the season. And so a lot has worked out for them. But without Kevin, they're not going to Phoenix. That's not going to happen. There's just not enough there.
Mike, back in 2018, obviously we saw the first 16 over a 1 when Virginia lost. They won the whole thing the very next season. Is there anything else beyond just that similarity of a random fact with Purdue versus what happened last year and maybe what's going to happen with them this year? And I guess I'm kind of asking, why should I buy into this year's group versus what happened last year and previous?
Well, this year's group, first of all, is older. Zach is older and more experienced. The two guards, Fletcher Lawyer and Braden Smith, are older and more physically mature, more mentally mature. Mason Gillis is still there. He's a year older. So a lot of their key components have more experience now. And the addition of Lance Jones has made a significant improvement in that team. He's a dynamic guard who can get his own shot, who's physical, who can run the offense a little bit. There's a lot of good things about him. I think he's the biggest difference in that team from a year ago. And I think that's part of the reason why I believe that they can make it to Phoenix. There still are issues there. I mean, Fletcher Lawyer had a big slump last February, but it was expected, kind of hitting that freshman wall people talk about. They hit the same wall as the sophomore.
Yeah.
And he seemed to break out a little bit on Sunday in the Michigan game. He seemed better, more, like he was becoming more aggressive. When we were on the studio show on Saturday, myself and Raphael Davis, he mentioned the fact that Fletch was 1 of 7 in the previous 5 games heading into Michigan on Sunday. And when he mentioned that, I said, you know what? I said, the bigger problem there is the 7 than the 1, because guys going into shooting slumps is a problem. But if you're playing with Zach Edey and you're not shooting because you feel like you're not going to make, that's a bigger problem because you're not doing your job there. You've got to give him space by making shots. So Sunday he was more aggressive, not his usual self, but still more aggressive than he had been in that 5-game stretch. And if he can break back to where he has been, I mean, he was the best player on the floor when they drilled Arizona in Indianapolis back in December. I think he had 28 in that game. So if he can get back to being that guy, then they become really, really dangerous.
Mike DeCourcy, BTN in the Sporting News. Earlier this week, Brad Brownell at Clemson threw some pointed criticism towards the Big 12, saying that their non-conference schedule gained them a lot of net system points because they blew out some bad competition. Does the committee need to refocus on the weight margin of victory differently in the net?
Well, I mean, I think that's possible. But, one of the things that there's 2 things I think that bother me a lot about that statement. The first is, are you mad because they did it or because you didn't think of it? Because it's not like it's new. He's not totally wrong there. They did play lesser schedules than the ACC did in general. But also, the ACC didn't win any games. I mean, their record out of conference was horrendous. So, I've been looking into this, and I have not gotten to the Big Ten yet, or the Big East, but I haven't found a conference yet that was impressive in non-conference play, to be honest with you. Big 12, he's not wrong. ACC, he's probably wrong because he probably thinks they were better. They weren't. The SEC has 3 teams in the top 5 of the net, I believe. Tennessee, legit. They played people and beat some good ones. Alabama and Auburn didn't beat anybody. They probably played even softer schedules than the majority of the Big 12. So I think there are some issues there that have to be looked at. But the problem is that the fun, it's not just the net that's out there thinking these things. The net is similar in structure and execution. If you look at Ken Palm, and I haven't done this lately, but last year at the end of the year, I took the top 20 teams from the Ken Palm rankings and the net rankings, and there's 17 of them were the same.
Yeah.
Not all in the exact same spot. One is one, 2. They were 17 of the top 20 were all basically in the same region in each ranking. So I think that the question is, are we believing in predictive metrics or not? I think in general they've done pretty well in demonstrating who's likely to win. They're not infallible. Nothing is. But they've generally been proven to be effective. So I don't know that I would necessarily hop off the idea that the net rankings are worth something. But I've always been a proponent from the very beginning of not using a predictive metric as the fundamental element for the selection process. I've always been in favor of a result metric, one that does not include margin of victory, but rather just the overall strength of the teams you've beaten, and et cetera. Who did you play and where did you play and how did you do? That should be the fundamental of the selection process. They decided to be more hip and modern than that. And so I'm curious, if they had chosen a result metric, would they be getting the same heat? I'm not sure.
Mike DeCourcy, you can see him on BTN's coverage of men's basketball. Also, read him in the Sporting News. He had a great story earlier this week on the invention of the plus-minus stat, where it came from, the motivation. Goes back to John Wooden. Some really interesting stuff there. I strongly encourage you to read it, sportingnews.com. Mike, appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
You bet.
Thank you, Mike.
Mike DeCourcy. Hall of Fame basketball writer on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline.
A couple of responses to the early portion of the discussion in relation to Fred Hoiberg. Amazing Daniel says, wait, was that really about patience? If he didn't have that stupid contract extension, not sure it goes that way. Feels like a little revisionist to skip over that nugget. I know he restructured, but he was going from a ridiculous starting point in those talks. I think essentially the argument Daniel's making is if old Billy Moose didn't give Fred the contract extension, does Trev move on from him? I know I certainly thought so at the time. I probably would still think so today. On the other hand, did he want to fire two coaches, in quick succession from each other?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably an element of truth there that a little bit of Trev's hand was forced because you didn't want to swallow two giant buyouts within the same fiscal year. But you could also tell by the demeanor and the conversation around Hoiberg when in regards to Trev Alberts that Trev was going to be a lot more patient with Fred.
And I think that's because Hoiberg rescinded in kind.
Because Hoiberg rescinded in kind. He realized he's not going to be stubborn and stuck in his ways and not change anything.
He actually did. They got rid of Abdomasi.
I mean, part of this isn't just, hey, I'm going to bring a coach in. We're going to talk about your contract. But it was also about how are you going to fix this? And I guarantee you the conversations that took place between Alberts and Frost and Alberts and Hoiberg were very different conversations. And the tenor of those conversations were probably very different. One gave off a certain vibe. The other gave off a different kind of vibe. And it was easier to be, to give some leniency towards Fred because I think there was an element there where Trev identified first when he took the job, then when he had to make a hard decision, this is a guy I can still work with.
100%. Another text, kind of disagreeing, I guess, with Mike from Doc. He says, great coaches don't take 7 years to get a winning record. This year is a one-off for Nebraska and Fred. Next year's roster will be different again. There's been no consistency on Nebraska's roster and looks like it won't be going forward. See, now that's interesting because I would say last year to this year, I mean, I know that they have added some pieces. Rink Mass certainly comes to mind, but it's not like this is an entirely new roster again. And I think the expectation is that a lot of these players will be back next season. Now, if Doc ends up being right and it's a brand new roster next year, I'll rescind that. But I don't think that this is just churning over everything year after year anymore.
Well, and who were we talking to yesterday? Mitch. We were talking to Mitch Sherman. Coleman and Tominaga and Alec are the only ones we know for sure won't be back because they will have exhausted their eligibility. But, everyone else has a potential of being back. I would say this. You can't really guarantee anything anymore, especially in the world of college athletics, in terms of who's coming back and who's not
100%.
Because of the transfer portal. I think the odds of the remaining core of this roster being retained this offseason are better than they've been in any other offseason. And the way Hoiberg was able to go out and find good pieces in the transfer portal and has now seemingly found a good identity for his squad and what he wants to do, I would say that, I have no idea if this is going to be the start of something great or the start of something good, but I'm more confident in it today than I would have been a year ago today.
100%.
Or especially 2 years ago.
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
Today.
The further you go back and it's like, wasn't confident at all.
Yeah. So we'll see. Yeah. It may not be anything, but it could be. At least you're in a spot now where you're no longer wondering who the coach is going to be next year. Unless Hoiberg's got a huge surprise for us. There's not going to be any talk about hot seats this year.
Correct.
And that's a huge bonus.
By the way, we mentioned last segment that Richard Lewis has passed. Indeed, he died of a heart attack earlier today at age 76. I'd forgotten this, that in last April, he announced that he was diagnosed with Parkinson's. And for those of you who like Curb Your Enthusiasm, I guess those of you who don't watch it, there was a storyline on an episode, as Alex Kirshner just pointed out, that aired 10 days ago, literally 10 days ago, where they were arguing about him and Larry, who would be included in whose will.
Yes.
And it was very, very funny. And so that happens, and 10 days later, he passes away. I've never engaged with any of his work outside of Curb. It seems like I need to, given all the flowers that he is receiving today. I never saw Men in Tights. I've never seen any of his stand-ups.
I just recognize, I've always recognized him because he always had a very distinguished look. He always had kind of the longer, now it was white hair, but it was dark black hair, and he kind of gave off a hip vibe. But I had never really remembered anything that he was in.
Yeah.
I just recognized him because he had a very distinctive look.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, the randomness of the first 12-team playoff and tonight's Creighton game against Seton Hall. Preview of that to come on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
The first time I ever did the Mel Kiper Jr. impression on TV, as though it was part of the draft. They didn't announce it as a comedic bit or anything. He says his name all the time. He does say McShay. He does say McShay, but it's not as funny as saying Todd. And they kept going, Todd. Say your name over and over and over. Hit the D hard. Todd.
Yeah, in a way, you've ruined all Todds. How do you feel about that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Some deceiving sunshine for your Wednesday afternoon with temperatures hardly getting above freezing in the mid-30s. Clear skies overnight starting tomorrow morning in the 20s. Sunny skies tomorrow with a strong south breeze getting us up to a temperature near 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery. KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's no secret getting older can take away a lot of things we took for granted. Your hair, your mood, your sex drive, but there's two important things. One, you're not alone. And two, something can be done about it. I'm John Bishop. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. No office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims.com is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments fit seamlessly into your everyday lifestyle. The plan is simple to follow. And Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit, hims.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. This station serves the Nebraska operational area number 1.
The GOAT is coming to Kansas City. Sporting KC will host Inter Miami and Lionel Messi, the greatest of all time, at the loudest stadium in the world. See Johnny Russell, Alan Polito, and the rest of your hometown team take on Messi, Luis Suarez, and more at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium on Saturday, April 13th. It's the soccer capital of America versus the greatest of all time. Get your tickets while you still can at sportingkc.com.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
If you're unhappy with your job or employer and you've hit a dead end, it's time to start your new career as a delivery driver with Host Coffee. Our local family-owned business is growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Spring is in sight. Looking to wake up your yard this season? Make your neighbors green with envy with Lenahaw's wide selection of landscape supplies and homegrown plant material. Get a head start today. Lenahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
We don't need to smell each other.
Of 1620, the zone.
Welcome back. Tonight, 8 o'clock tip at CHI Health Center. It's the second to last home game of the year.
Penultimate, John. You don't like the word penultimate?
I mean, it's okay.
What's wrong with the word penultimate?
It's a great word.
It's a fantastic word.
It's okay.
Wow, we're the penultimate boys.
Yeah, apparently.
But this is an interesting stretch here for Creighton. 3 games to go in the regular season.
Was this a big Bart Blue Jay blast?
No.
No, John killed Bart.
Yeah, what happened?
I didn't kill Bart.
We finally came around to liking Bart. Nick said, are you down, bruh?
I didn't kill him.
And now we don't talk about him anymore.
I didn't kill
Sad.
Bart. I still refer to Bart on the regular. In fact, right now, okay, fine. You want me to refer to
Yes,
Bart?
Nick, cue it up.
Okay, jeez.
Thank you, Nick.
I got you.
I don't have any graphics built or anything like that.
Oh, it's okay. You were asleep last night.
I was. I went to bed
9
early,
o'clock.
man.
It's about the vibe of Bart.
Man. Creighton is on the 3 seed line.
Even after that loss.
Well, it's assuming a victory tonight.
Yeah, 78% chance tonight, 60% chance against Marquette and
Yeah,
Polo
I'm a little wary on that one.
Yeah?
Marquette and Shaka have had the Jays number.
Yes, they have.
In the last 2 years.
Yes, they have.
So
that polo and the long sleeve gives them some powers, I think, when they play the Jays.
Well, either that or he's just got a really good point guard and some great pieces around him.
Sometimes he also guards players on the floor.
Well, he does.
Maybe
and
Coach Mack should wear a sweater vest. To
I asked the Lord for one thing. Just
What's
let
that?
me be in the building the day that Shaka gets teed up for being on the floor.
Maybe it'll happen
So
on
I can run out on the floor and say, "You idiot! I told you."
Maybe it'll happen this
Stay
weekend.
off the damn floor. But tonight's game's rather important because there is a path. There is a path to a top 4 seed. You know, Bart Torvik's got him sitting at the 3 line right now. That would be a top 4 seed.
Oh.
Path is also there to dropping 4 straight before you enter the conference tournament. This game tonight, even though the Jays are favored, this is an important game because, yes, theoretically, yes, it's a game you should win, but this was the game that went into triple overtime.
Yes.
This is a Seton Hall team that is very easy to overlook if you're not smart.
Well, especially with Marquette, a team that has already beaten you this year coming up, and same with Villanova to finish up the season, a team that's already beat you this season coming up.
I still sense that there isn't. Now, I guarantee you, Greg McDermott's not thinking this way. Certainly, he has not coached this into his players. There's a lot of respect for Seton Hall, but there are a lot of folks who are still scratching their head at how is Seton Hall playing so well this year. This was a team that was preseason picked 10th in the league, or 9th or 10th in the league, and not a lot was expected of them. And all they've done is win. And they've done so really with only one all-conference caliber player on the team, Kadari Richmond. But that you cannot overlook the contributions of the rest of this group. Davis is tremendous. Alamir Dawes can go off at any time. It's not a very deep bench, kind of like Creighton. It's not tremendously deep, but they play very well within this system, and they're good on the offensive glass. And how many times have we said it, how important it is for the Jays to control the offensive glass? One of the big differences between the St. John's game at home and the St. John's game of last Sunday was the offensive rebounding. The Jays pretty much held their own on the offensive glass against St. John's and didn't allow them to get away. But in the second half especially, St. John's was much more dominant on the offensive glass. And the Jays, who could only get any offense going when they were able to get out in space and get out in transition and run, weren't able to do that because they were having a hard time getting the defensive rebound. So Seton Hall, this is a team that's also built to go after the offensive rebound and have been pretty good at it. In fact, they were good at it in the first matchup against the Jays in Newark.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an interesting little swing moment here for Creighton. Yes, if they win this game, yes, the path is there to that top 4 seed. But a loss tonight, and then all of a sudden you're staring down the barrel at Marquette, who's going to be tough no matter what happens tonight.
And then,
you go to Villanova after a week off, and
the mood is maybe bad. The vibes are tense.
And it's not even that. Again,
Don't like bad vibes.
That's going to be a tough win either way because similar to St. John's in that they have a little bit of kryptonite on Creighton with the way they can shoot mid-range.
3 doors down.
Villanova's got kryptonite in the form of Eric Dixon, who is pretty much a guaranteed 25 to 30 points against CU and will hit 4 to 5 to 6 threes. And, of course, he pulls Kalkbrenner away from the rim. And we saw what happened in the second half of the first game against Villanova, where they were able to just basically pull Kalkbrenner away, let their guards go one-on-one in the post against Creighton's guards, and they got the better of them.
Yeah, and
So none of these last 3 games are going to be easy, but tonight's really important because you get them at home. It's a team you have beaten, and there was, certainly I could look at a lot of things that happened in that game.
In the first one?
In the first game. Ryan Kalkbrenner had a big game. But, man, there were a lot of points he left on the table. Just a lot of short misses, weird bounces. He ended up with 28 points, but he was like 12 of 23. He could have easily had 18 or 19 field goals in that game. If he can get some of those to fall, that's going to be great. Creighton's been on this weird pattern lately where going back to the Providence game, the game they lost, Creighton shot 14 of 29 from 3. Now, I know they lost the game, but still 14 of 29 from 3. Next game out, Xavier, 7 of 28. Then against Georgetown, 17 of 36. Then against Butler, 8 of 25. UConn last week in the upset, 14 of 28.
Mm-hmm.
And then on Sunday, only 6 of 26.
So at least it's the bounce back. So this will be the good one.
You hope it is.
Yeah. The other thing too, man, and speaking of that Georgetown game, I remember going into that game 15 days ago now, when you were still making the Big Bart Blue Jay Blast graphics. In all seriousness, though, one of the things that jumped out to both of us off the page was after this one, everything is going to change and everything is going to ramp up. And what I find pretty interesting is that the games in which they will finish the season, these 6 games, the first one was very memorable for one reason or the other. They get revenge against Butler. What happened in that first game? Well, Butler shot him out of the gym. Creighton scores 98 points. They still lose. They scored 98 in regulation.
Yeah.
They still lose. You look back at the UConn game. Memorable for all the wrong reasons. Just a really poor performance. The offense mightily struggled, but they're able to get revenge. St. John's, goes down to the wire. Creighton gets the victory. I'm going to remember that one more for Rick Pitino and what he said in the postgame afterwards. And then now leads to Seton Hall and, of course, the triple overtime game. Marquette, you go all the way back to the very end of calendar year 2023, and then Villanova, the first conference loss of the season, another game in overtime. So, all of these games, the callback, whether Creighton won or Creighton lost, there's these storylines that come from it. And, again, for the second straight game now, they're playing a team that's right on the bubble. St. John's probably on the wrong side of the bubble right now. Seton Hall maybe on the right side of the bubble at this moment in time. So, these are massive games for these programs. And it's just a really tough stretch. And you're right. This does kind of seem like you got to get a victory here because regardless of what happens, Marquette's going to be tough. Villanova's going to be tough. You just don't want to go into both of those games with a 2-game losing streak under your belt.
Seton Hall, even though they are ahead of the Jays in the Big East standings, are just inside the Bart Torvik bracket right now. They are among the last 4 buys. Problem is Seton Hall's metrics, their net ranking is only 66th. So that has been holding them back.
Yeah.
In fact, by comparison, Villanova, who's 2.5, 3 games behind them in the league standings. Villanova is one of the last 4 in, and they're right behind Seton Hall. And that's the other thing, too. Obviously, Seton Hall, they want to strengthen their position. Villanova, they need to strengthen their position. They are squarely on the bubble. And in the middle, you have Marquette, a team that's like Creighton.
Yeah, playing for seeding.
They're logically playing for a top 2 seed.
Yeah.
And it's more of a rivalry game. These programs go back many years, So you're going to get everyone's best shot.
Mm-hmm.
So tonight, very interesting indeed. 402-951-1620. Roger. We'll get more from Matt DeMarinis next hour, but here's Roger. Hi, Roger. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
You bet. Hey, it's kind of cool that both Nebraska schools, or both major schools here, beat number 1 teams this year. Isn't that kind of neat?
It's never happened in this state before. That's
pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to reply to the guy that talked about how it's a one-off and, we just always get new people every year. And, I don't agree with that at all. We got some good players back from last year. There was a style of play. There was an identity that was built last year. And now it's continuing this year. And it appears as though even if we lose some of the guys that we could keep next year, we'll still probably have a pretty good nucleus of people next year with a style of play and with a coach that knows what kind of guys to go out and get. And I kind of agree with Beeline the other night. He was talking about why wouldn't you want to come play here? I mean, the atmosphere at Pinnacle is terrific. The way the arena is built, it's very vertical, very loud. They fill it up. And I've been going to games there for probably 30 years, and it's just a blast. And now and he said, and you look at the coach and how he coaches and his demeanor, the way he conducts himself, what's not to like? I mean, it's pretty special. I'm really glad that they hung on to Fred. The idea of, that it's going to be like his first 3 years here where he had transfers in and they kind of scrambled that first year and you had a guy recruiting people, Matt Abdelmassi, who I think was a good recruiter, but he was recruiting them to be able to take the next step and go to the NBA. And that was kind of their attitude, I think, was, hey, Fred can teach us how to get to the next level. And there wasn't a lot of thinking about team play, but that's really changed in the last couple of years.
Roger, appreciate the thoughts.
It's my thought.
You bet. Thanks, Roger.
Thanks for the call, Roger.
402-951-1620. Hey, don't forget, make sure you go to 1620thezone.com and subscribe today. On Friday, we will be able to announce that really cool, neat thing that we're going to be giving away. I believe the quote was, "It's the best thing since our Super Bowl giveaway 10 years ago."
Nick, would you agree? Since you've been working here, have you had a prize that we have given away that's this cool?
Oh, no, this is rad as hell.
This is a low bar when you're talking about Nick's era.
Sheesh. No, we've given
Nick wasn't here when we gave away the Super Bowl.
No, but I've been here since 2016,
and
John.
We've given away cool prizes.
I've worked here for a hot minute.
We gave away Creighton men's basketball tickets this week. That's a great prize.
All I'm saying is this. It's a really cool prize. There's actually a pretty cool second prize. But the only way you can win...
two people get the second prize.
The only way you can win is to subscribe today.
Yeah.
Go to 1620thezone.com and enter your email. It's right there midway through the homepage. Subscribe today.
So you have Big Bart Blue Jay Blast. That's a lot of B's.
Mm-hmm.
What if we made one that was like very victorious? What if we just used V's instead?
Or just subscribe today.
Or,
at 1620
the prize,
zone.
John. The prize could be with a V. Very victorious. Victorian.
Victorian?
I don't know.
Hello, let me sweep your chimney. I'm a chimney sweep.
That's not Victorian, Nick.
Chimney sweeps in the Victorian era.
1620thezone.com.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Make the right call. John Higgins, let it go. The home of the Roofery.
When it It's time to replace or repair storm damage. Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, home of the rooferys. Make the right call.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is your home for the big game. We're in the middle of the best time of the year of basketball season, with meaningful games every night, with 40 TVs and massive dual projectors. The games have never looked better. Pair that with their award-winning char-buffed wings and $7.99 Monday through Friday lunch specials. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill has everything you need. 173rd and West Center Road, and for takeout, 162nd and Maple.
Woodhouse Lincoln wants to redefine your driving experience with our stunning lineup of Lincoln vehicles. Lease a 2023 Lincoln Nautilus for $499 a month for 39 months, 10,500 miles per year. Come visit us in store off 114th and Giles Road or online anytime at woodhouselincoln.com. With approved credit, security deposit waived, $1,500 down payment plus first payment, and $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 2/29/2024. See dealer for details.
Gaelic Storm and the High Kings are joining forces for the Mighty Tour. March 6th at Steelhouse, Omaha. With two great bands, you can expect an epic night of Celtic rock and Irish folk music. With their blend of traditional Irish tunes and modern flair, they've captivated audiences around the world. Get tickets today at steelhouseomaha.com. Gaelic Storm and the High Kings, March 6th, Steelhouse, Omaha.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you. Aw, thanks. Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
For the 6th year in a row, Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More partners with Food Bank for the Heartland. Right now, if you donate 5 cans of food, you get a safety furnace inspection and cleaning for only $55. In other words, as you turn on the heat and turn in 5 cans of food, you'll help support our community by feeding families in need. Stay cozy and comfortable in your home by keeping your furnace running efficiently all winter long, while also helping others in need. All donations benefit Food Bank for the Heartland. Call 402-934-7003 or visit justcallburton.com.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let Mentality lead the way.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans. We're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders. We're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community. We help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back. By the way, not only if you subscribe today, you can find out more about the 5K giveaway. That's on the website too, 1620thezone.com.
Let's go.
Oh, we're just giving cool prizes left and right.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Bet Online AG put out the odds for making, not winning, making the college football playoff.
I did. This could be a hype monster segment.
What's AG stand for?
It's just I don't know.
Au gratin.
Oh, I love potatoes.
I don't think it's au gratin.
Oh,
a gambling.
Bet Online a gambling.
You're killing me. But
I think that's the sickness.
Here are the odds to make the playoff. To make the playoff.
Should I wake him up?
I think you're going to have to, Nick. Let's find out, though. Let's find out together, shall we?
Ohio State minus 1,000.
Wow.
Which means you have to bet. Is that $100 to win?
It's $1,000 to win $100.
$1,000 to win $100. Thank you.
Yeah.
The math always confuses me when it gets this high.
Yeah.
You have to bet $1,000 if you want to win $100.
Yippee.
Basically, they are saying it is darn near a guarantee. They will make the playoff.
Georgia is at minus 900.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon and Texas are minus 500 each. Both of those teams going to new conferences. Clemson. Remember Clemson.
Wow. They are the first ACC team to show up.
Minus 250. Florida State minus 250. K-State fans.
Wow.
If you want to win $100 on a K-State college football playoff bet, you have to bet $200.
Wow.
Ooh.
K-State is minus 200 to make the playoff.
Do you remember back in the olden times, before the playoff expanded, before we even had a playoff? And one of the reasons that they always used as a reason not to expand was, well, what if you had to have home games in Manhattan, Kansas? It'd be so difficult to get there. Everyone always crapped on Manhattan. In this world, they might be hosting a playoff game.
Michigan and Utah are minus 110.
Wow.
And Miami.
What?
Is even odds, $100 to win $100.
Get Ole Miss at plus 175. That's some tremendous value.
Down further on the list.
Yeah.
Arizona 2-1.
Arizona.
Tennessee 2-1.
Look at Kansas.
Alabama plus 225.
What?
Kansas plus 250.
Whoa. Kalen DeBoer, hot seat alert.
And then even further down the list. Missouri plus 550. Iowa 7-1. Iowa State 7-1. And there's Nebraska at 16-1 to make the playoff. But my conclusion.
Play it, Nick.
No, that's not it. That's 16-1. I knew I shouldn't have woke him up because now you're going to abuse
Hype
it.
alert.
You're going to abuse it.
No.
It's still 16-1. 16-1. That's a lot.
Nah, it's easy.
That's not easy. But my conclusion from all of this is look at the cornucopia of all of these different unique
I know.
teams.
Isn't it great?
K-State has never been in a playoff.
No.
Never played for a national championship. Neither is Utah.
No.
Miami hasn't in years.
They've never made the playoff.
Ole Miss hasn't done it.
Arizona, no. Penn
Arizona,
State,
no. Penn State, no. Tennessee, not since the first BCS championship.
Yeah.
Louisville. Yes, Kansas. Kansas with the
That's incredible to me. Kansas, to see Kansas at plus 250
odds as LSU.
Yeah, because they're in the.
You know why? Because Kansas knows how to play defense.
John, their defense was bad last year, first of all. Second of all, they play in the Big 12, John. Have you forgotten that it benefits teams to play in not the SEC or not the Big 10?
Man, Kansas with the same odds as LSU.
But in all seriousness,
Brian Kelly, hot seat alert.
This list include now, obviously, it's going to include teams that haven't made the playoff because it's been a 4-team playoff for years. But I love seeing it. You love to see it. Kansas State, again, in this world, let's pretend that order was the order of the seeding in some way. And obviously, it wouldn't be a direct correlation because you can't have Ohio State as a 1 and Oregon as a 3, right?
Right.
And you can't have Georgia as a 2 and Texas as a 4. But let's just pretend. All right, so that would mean Ohio State would be a 1, Georgia would be a 2, Clemson would be a 3, and, well, it's funny. Oddly enough, Kansas State would actually be a 4 seed because I was going to say they're probably hosting a playoff game. No, they're getting a bye week, John. They're moving on. They're in the quarterfinals automatically. Pretty cool to see. How about that? I think they should bump up Nebraska's odds to plus 1620. Imagine the bits that we could do. Bingo. Subscribe to our email newsletter.
By the way, Colorado is 22-1.
If you'd like to light your money on fire, feel free. Feel free.
But that is the one exciting thing about all of this. Is that there are going to be some new teams in the group. Now, this is, again, not to win it, but to be in it.
Correct.
To be in it.
Doc says if Nebraska goes 7-0, which they probably should, what do you think their odds would be then? Hype. Hashtag hype.
I would guess.
Plus hype
they
monster.
wouldn't change that much. Because
they would definitely change 7-0. John, because other teams in this list would lose and
honestly,
win.
it depends on how many people bet money on it.
It would definitely change.
The money moves the lines.
Yeah, but so do the records, right? Like if Auburn loses 4 games in their first 7, they would not be plus 900.
Sure, but I haven't
anymore.
looked at all of the other schedules of all of the other teams on this list.
But not everybody on this list could start 7-0 because some of them are going to play each other.
Well, I understand
that. Doc, I would say their odds would increase to like 8-1, 9-1, somewhere in there. I think they'd be in that world. Because at that point, you're just hoping they can win 3 more. Can they get 3-2?
So what are you trying to encourage folks to bet now to
I'm
get
just
a better
saying
price?
it's time to hype, baby. It's hype season again. It's nice. We've been so quiet. We've been talking hoops. And now we can remind people to get excited about year 2 of Matt Rule. When have Husker football fans ever been disappointed in year 2 of a coach? I can't remember.
It's been like 5 years.
Has
since
it
we
been
went
a
through
while?
It's been like 5
Been
years.
a while.
Since we
Been a
went through that,
while.
right?
Yeah,
Since we
2019.
went through
yeah,
the second year of a coach.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, coming up, speaking of college football, the calendar could be changing rather dramatically.
Maybe.
I think it will.
Okay.
I think it will. Or some things are going to have to be compromised. And Matt DeMarinis, a White and Blue review still to come, along with dumb debates on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, we've got a report of a stall blocking the off-ramp to 144th from westbound I-80, causing some delays through there. Also, a stall has the right lane blocked on the southbound JFK at Fairview. Otherwise, delays on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd, on eastbound Dodge between 680 and 90th, and on westbound Dodge between 680 and 108th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Pyramid Roofing.
If you've seen the white trucks with Rufus, the spotted dog, then you know about Pyramid Roofing. Spring's almost here. Replace your siding, windows, roof, or gutters. Call Pyramid Roofing at 402-502-9300 or visit
PyramidRoof.com. Never settle for less.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
The Omaha Mavericks men's basketball team has reached the final game of the regular season, and it's a big one in St. Paul on Thursday night. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharp. Join me on News Talk 1290 Coil for the play-by-play beginning at 6:30 with the pregame show, 7 o'clock tip-off from St. Paul, Minnesota for Omaha and St. Thomas.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend. so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's ramp.com/sports.
Omaha fans, are you ready to score tickets to your favorite events hassle-free? Yes. Shop local tickets for less, located right here in Omaha, 145th and West Center Road. No hidden fees, just transparent pricing. And when you use the promo code THEZONE at checkout, you'll save big at ticketsforless.com. Whether it's sports, concerts, or something else, Tickets for Less has you covered. If you have a question, call today, 402-398-1999. You'll never find better customer service because every seat holds a story. Find yours and use the promo code THEZONE at checkout at ticketsforless.com.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Tonight's coverage of Creighton and Seton Hall begins at 6 right after this. Grum is done with the pregame show. Tip off at 8 o'clock right here on your home for the Blue Jays, 1620 The Zone. We were talking about the college football playoff. Well, the playoff and the calendar are certainly in a bit of flux right now. Now, we know what the playoff schedule is going to be, but you also have a slew of lower tier bowl games that are going to be fighting for room on the same calendar. And most of the bowl games are televised by the same network that will be televising the playoff. And with the college football playoff expanding, there is certainly a possibility that you could see bowl games. And again, these are those lower tier bowl games like the New Orleans Bowl, I don't know, they name it. Is it still the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl, the one that's
so there's that, the Los Angeles Bowl. Yeah. There's the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
These are the ones that usually happen the middle of December.
Yeah.
Now there's
Boca
talk,
Raton Bowl.
There's talk that those games could actually take place after Conference Championship weekend because everything needs to move up because, the playoff is going to take up a lot of the focus.
Because right now, the week after Conference Championship weekend is Army-Navy / Heisman. What is that weekend?
Well, Army-Navy has been in that slot now for about 15 years, where it's got that standalone date. There's no other FBS college football taking place.
Yeah, there's no bowls, and there's no conference championships.
Yeah, the only thing that's going on congruent with that is the Heisman ceremony, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But there is talk now that the bowls might move up into that weekend, or at least start that weekend, because they're going to want to fit on the calendar in such a way where they can get some attention, knowing that if they're happening congruent with the playoff, they're going to get buried. And so the bowl season officials and their TV partner ESPN are exploring that possibility so that they would move up the start of these bowl games to the second weekend of December to free up that TV window for the first 4 playoff games, which are scheduled for the third weekend of December. And, of course, the problem is, well, what do you do with the Army-Navy game? Also, Army and Navy are now both members of Conference USA, and there is a possibility.
Yeah, even if it doesn't seem like it could happen, it is a chance.
There is a chance that those teams could be in a position to garner a playoff bid. So how do you handle that?
Yeah.
Do you hold off and not announce the full bracket?
Oh, you can't do
until
that
after the Army-Navy game, or do you just leave a slot open if the Army-Navy winner, or let's say it doesn't even have to be the Army-Navy winner, but there was an example, I think they pointed out, Ross Dellinger wrote about this, I think it was 2015, that had, 2015, that there was an opportunity for Navy to be qualified as the highest ranked group of 5 team.
I remember this.
They had a really good season.
Yes.
And remember now with the new qualification format, the top 5 ranked conference champions will get an automatic bid to the playoff. And that means the best group of 5 conference theoretically will be that league. And what if that team could be an Army or a Navy?
Yeah, and the thing that they're debating in this Dellinger story, and this is Mike Buddy, who is the Army athletic director. He says it's tricky. I don't envy the decision makers. I'm a realist. I understand there's a lot of money and a lot of games to be played, but I still think Army-Navy transcends the sport of college football and has for decades. So essentially, he does want to have his cake and eat it too. He wants that game to be standalone, and he also wants, hey, what if just in case, what if we were to be a team that could qualify for the playoff? You need to hold off. That's impossible, though. They have to make a decision. Either, oddly enough, John, they are not playing for a trip to the playoff, regardless, which honestly, most years they probably won't be.
Correct.
But again, there is still the minute chance. Or they move up, so they lose that exclusive window, and Dellinger pointed out in the story.
And then move it back to conference championship weekend.
Yeah, and Dellinger pointed out, I mean, there have been years where it has drawn a ton of viewers. Last year's had 7.2 million. The 2017 game had more than 8 million. I mean, a lot of people do watch this game. And so why? For the pageantry, yes, but the exclusivity of that window and them being the only game on plays a large part in this too.
Well, we have a lot of servicemen and women who watch and veterans who watch and, have a rooting interest. And it's just one of those unique, truly original college things that haven't lost any of its luster, right? I mean, we've changed a lot about the traditions of college football, but Army-Navy has always been there.
What was
it almost feels like it's timeless.
What was this game like when you were growing up in terms of window and when it was played? Was it always a after everything in the season game since you can remember?
I remember there were times where it was on Thanksgiving weekend. On like the Saturday of Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah, it looks like when the year you were born, it was November 27th.
Now, remember, college football usually was
happy
done
birthday, Mom.
That's true.
Before Thanksgiving.
That's a great point.
They did not play into December. The only time you saw a team play into December was like Nebraska in 1982, they went to Honolulu.
Mm-hmm. And in 70, right?
And 71, they went to Honolulu. And those games were the first weekend in December. But usually the first weekend in December was empty. And so the Army-Navy game essentially kind of took that spot. Well, then when the conference championship game concept came around, they shared a little bit of that time, but I think it's been since 2006 that they have moved exclusively to this second weekend. 2009, they moved to the second weekend. And by the way,
they moved to December, in 1984. So it's been in December every year since at least 84.
Right, because, college football had started to bleed in. Well, it's continued to bleed over, and now they're playing into December. Now with the expanded playoff, it's going to bleed even more into December.
Yeah.
And the ability to have an exclusive window is not going to be there. By the way, the contract with CBS calls for it to be played on this date. On the second Saturday of December. So this is something that's already been written in because CBS likes having,
100%. They want the exclusivity of it too.
That caveat as well. Now, one of the possible compromises going back to what happens if the winner of this game is a playoff qualifier is you just leave the 12th spot available for that team. And if that team wins, then they slot in.
And if not, then it's the other
12 seed, whoever that might be. And some are arguing, well, then the team that they play will have an unfair advantage because, they won't know who they're preparing for.
Well, yeah, I was going to say the turnaround on that would be pretty quick.
It'd be 1 week, but I mean, everyone's got a 1 week turnaround. So during the regular season,
sure.
I mean, to me, that's not as the unfair thing about it is what if Navy had just a tremendous season? They were undefeated. And they played a really good non-conference, and they were worthy of being a top 4 seed, potentially, because they were really good. Yeah. Like Cincinnati would have been a top 4 seed.
No, they wouldn't have been.
Yeah, they were. They made the playoff.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have been. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they made the playoff. So, yeah, they would have been a top 4 seed. Okay, I see what you're saying.
And again,
I see what you're dropping.
We're talking about some.
Pick it up, though.
We're talking about some rare things here, but those are the arguments that are being made right now. And who knows what's going to happen. Of course, the other thing that's getting in the way is the NFL. College football doesn't want to compete.
Yeah, and did you see that
NFL.
thing? I forgot to talk about this last week, but the NFL they're not mad. They're disappointed that college football is kind of infringing on their turf. A couple ideas coming in. Calvin says, play Army Navy in week 0. Trevor and Lincoln says the exact same thing. Move Army Navy to week 0 and make it the only game. If you want to give it its own exclusive window, that would be an idea. It would certainly take a ton away from that game, given that it is the last game.
It is the last game of the year.
I wouldn't want them to do that to Michigan, Ohio State.
Yeah.
But compromises obviously have to be made. Travis says, we no longer have the Pac-12 championship on that Friday. Play it then. Just spitballing ideas. Yeah, that would take away a lot. It would take away the pageantry that comes with a Saturday football game all by its lonesome. But if you want it to be all by its lonesome, then that Friday could certainly be a spot then. Someone is going to have to budge, obviously. There's going to be no wiggle room here. Either, I guess the best case scenario if you're an Army and Navy supporter is the thing that you just proposed, and that is like holding a spot maybe just for them. Because it would, if we're being honest, this is such a rarity. These two teams are rarely even anywhere near a top 12 spot,
sure,
let alone, or they're as a champion. They're rarely in this mix. In my opinion, I think that would continue to be the case. But that's not to say that it couldn't happen, because it almost just happened within the last, few years.
The other things, I still think, and I'm not really sure why there's as much pushback as there is, given that we already have half a dozen to 10 to 11 to 12 games on week 0. Why not just start on week 0?
Yeah, I'm very curious as to why that is such a kind of non-starter for the sport, because
I don't know.
There are two things, and Stuart Mandel also wrote about the quirks of the new schedule with the playoff. And one of the ideas he proposed was, because he said moving the entire season up is drastic but possibly necessary solution. But the other idea is conference championship games. And this is something that we have talked about a lot, and especially in this proposed era of multiple guaranteed berths for conferences, the Big Ten or SEC getting 3, upwards of 4 bids, auto bids into a 14-team playoff. What is the necessity for those? He says it's a sacred event in the SEC, but it's not as much for others, and even the SEC's grand event might lose some luster pretty quickly if both teams are already playoff bound. If anything, those teams might prefer a week off. If that happens, you can accomplish
they absolutely would.
Everything I just mentioned without changing the regular season. Everyone gets the first weekend of December off, move first-round games to the second weekend, currently Army-Navy, on-campus quarterfinals the third weekend, semis on New Year's Day, and the title game where it is now. NFL is too stubborn to back off the third Saturday entirely, but if I'm the CFP, I like my chances with the triple header that includes the Big Ten, SEC, Big 12, and ACC champions. That would solve a lot of problems. It really does. It neatens everything out. It doesn't extend the season deep into January, which is what's going to happen over the next couple of years. It fixes the Army-Navy problem, because then Army-Navy just moves back to that first weekend of December like it used to be. And you get the benefit of playing essentially throughout the entire month of December, big games. Now, I don't know what this does for the other bowls, and that's going to be like a really weird part of this. And that's obviously one of the very weird parts of college football, is that you get to the postseason and there are all these games that we now view a lot of us do, as exhibitions. They don't matter.
No.
Players obviously agree with that, because if they didn't, they wouldn't be sitting out as much as they do. So you're going to have that problem still. That's not going away. But this solves a lot of the issues of Army-Navy and everything else. But are they willing to give up conference championship revenue? I think giving up conference championship games is more radical in their mind because of the money.
Moving the season up to week 0.
Yeah.
Moving the season up to week 0 causes less consternation and inconvenience. And again, I'm thinking like a conference commissioner who right now, they love their conference championship games because it's a moneymaker for them and them only. The SEC doesn't have to share any of that money with anybody but themselves, and they make a lot of money on it.
Yeah.
And it's a prestigious game that gets huge television ratings. The Big Ten has discovered that since they created theirs. Other conferences like their championship games, because again, it's revenue that's extra, and for them, it's the same philosophy as why did the baseball playoffs expand? Why? Because they could get more national TV money out of it. It's the same concept here. These games now exist because it's additional television money. But from a functional standpoint.
Solves a lot of
with,
problems.
With no more divisions, with the possibility that some conferences could get multiple automatic bids, especially the Big Ten and the SEC. They have rendered, or they would render, these championship games absolutely meaningless.
And maybe that's...
And if I were a coach and I knew, hey, I finished first in the SEC this year, first or second, I finished first, second in the FCC, I've got an automatic bid. I don't want to go to Atlanta for that game. I want my guys to get healthy. I want my guys to get rested. I want to be able to have an extra week to prepare for whatever team I'm playing in the college football playoff. That championship game means nothing.
And maybe that's what it would take, man. Maybe that's what it would take is Bama and Georgia sitting everybody because they are in the playoff regardless, and it's just going to come down to seeding because they could, play it safe with everybody. I wonder if the non-starter for week 0 is right now week 1. The reason they love week 1 is it is a holiday weekend, and so they can open on a Thursday. They can play more games on a Friday. Obviously, they can play games all day on Saturday. They have a few games on Sunday, and then they play on Monday. And
you could still do that. It's just in week 2.
It's in week 2. But
so what?
I know how branding works, though, that they wouldn't like the idea of that being a week 2 thing. They want it to be a week 1 thing.
But they've already...
I know. They've already infringed
on it because they've had marquee games on week 0. Nebraska's played on it twice. Florida and Miami basically kicked off the so-called tradition. So they've already done it.
Yeah.
It's not, I don't understand why.
That's just my guess.
That to me is the easiest solution to all of this. Because you're going to have a calendar crunch. You're going to have a calendar
Someone is
crunch.
going to have to lose something that they don't want to lose, whether it's Army-Navy, whether it is week 0, whether it's conference championship
I think it's going to be
games.
multiple people are going to lose what they want.
Yeah.
At some point.
Who's going to be the angriest
at
coming
some
out of all
point,
this?
all of this unbridled greed is going to come back around to bite somebody in the ass.
It has to. Again, because you cannot change. You can't add weeks to months. You just can't do it. Corbin says conference title games can still affect seeding, including who gets home games and who gets a bye. Yes, that's true, but the difference is if you have a guaranteed 4 auto berths, the conference championship game loses a lot of its luster. It just loses so much, especially, again, given that a 14-team playoff, and there are already, and see, this is the thing that we talked about last week. In a 14-team playoff, essentially everybody is playing that week 1. But remember, week 1 of the college football playoff is 2 weeks later. This is not the NFL. The NFL getting a 1 seed in either conference is huge because you actually get a bye. You get an off week. The Ravens didn't have to play. The 49ers didn't have to play. Everybody else did, and then they played 2 weeks after the end of the regular season. College football will be different because technically everyone actually will get a bye. Some teams will get a double bye for this. And so is that the best thing? Like, do you want that much time off? That's a lot. That's an easy way to get a lot of rust.
Well, here's the other problem. And this goes back to the elimination of divisions in the first place. You are going to have, with these 16 and 18 team conferences, playing only 8 or 9, depending on your league, conference games, you're going to have some wonky tiebreakers. You're going to have teams that the difference between second and third place, there won't be a head-to-head component. Ohio State could finish second, Penn State could finish third. They could have the identical record, and there's no head-to-head tiebreaker. And then you're going to have all these weird permutations of how do you get in. So imagine if you have that moment where you've got a good second-place team and a good third-place team, and some wonky tiebreaker decides who finishes second. They go to the conference championship game. Meanwhile, the Big Ten's got 4 automatic bids, so Penn State's getting in anyway. So you talk about seeding. Well, now Ohio State has to go and play that conference championship game. They get tagged with a loss, and let's say they get their asses kicked. Then all of a sudden, Penn State, the team that finished third and only lost on a wonky tiebreaker, could end up taking a better seed from Ohio State, who had to play an extra game to get there. See, that's why I don't buy the seeding argument, because we're going to have these weird standings, and you won't be able to appreciate it until you see it happen for the first time.
100%.
And that has been my biggest argument against getting rid of divisions is you can't line up every team in a row, only play 9 conference games, and be able to successfully break ties in every circumstance. Nobody else does it this way. And it's going to look bad, and somebody's going to end up on the short end of the stick and going to be really mad about it. And I guarantee you there's going to be a lot of people in the national media who are going to be like, I can't believe we didn't see this coming. But it will happen.
It's already happened. And I think people, me as someone who is don't go with divisions, I have had buyer's remorse because we have now seen some of these goofy tiebreakers work. And it's, especially as you expand the conferences more and more. I think round robin, when you have a 12-team league, you're almost playing everybody. You really are. And so, yes, there could be some goofiness, but man, at least everybody is almost playing each other. When you get to 14, when you get to 16, when you get to 18, it is unwieldy. And the problem, again, with conference championship games existing still in the format, it's not so much one auto berth. If you get one auto berth, I actually think everyone would still attack that conference championship game with the utmost importance because there would be benefits. But when you have 4 and a loss isn't going to ding you whatsoever, I mean, maybe you drop a seed line but see, here's the other thing too, John. I wonder how a committee treats that. Oh, Ohio State didn't put anyone out there. We didn't learn anything. This isn't an extra data point. It's a fake data point.
Yeah.
How do they treat that?
Yeah,
we don't know.
I mean, again, no divisions. And this is in the what if. We're kind of projecting ahead, but in the what if world where the Big Ten and the SEC insist upon 4 automatic bids, or could be 2, it could be 3, whatever. It's going to further complicate an already unwieldy situation. Here is Mark, who joins us. Nope, Mark's gone.
He asked, when was the last time a 4 seed made or won the playoff?
Well, that was...
when's the last time what?
A 4 seed won the playoff.
Ohio State did it in the first year. Was Alabama. Alabama was a 4 seed a couple of times. Let me see. I'll see if I can figure this out real fast off the top of my head. Where's the list?
Get the Oaks.
Let's see. 4 seed, not that year. Alabama won it in 2017. Ohio State won it in 2014. That's the answer. 2 times.
All right.
I don't know what the point of the question was.
I don't either.
Okay.
But now you know.
Well, I think folks are trying to say, well, here's the other thing. We can't assume anymore. In a 4-team playoff world where you're only having to prepare for and play 2 games, the likelihood of one of the top 2 seeds winning it all is a little bit higher. But when you're going to 12 teams and you have now matchups and everything else, don't just assume that the top seeds are always going to win every.
No, and I mean, look, one of the benefits of this is going to be for the big time programs. Georgia this year, for example, wouldn't have made it in a 12-team playoff. Georgia would have had a really good chance to win the entire thing, even though they didn't even make it in a 4-team world. Certainly Ohio State, teams that have missed the playoff of Ohio State's caliber. You're also going to get some weird hot teams. I always think of the Johnny Manziel freshman team. That team by the end of the year was freaking smoking teams. They beat Alabama, a team that won the national championship. They killed Oklahoma in the bowl game back when bowl games mattered, but they had 2 losses, and so they didn't make the playoff. That's a team that, kind of like in the college basketball parlance, like, oh my gosh, that is a team you do not want to play right now.
No, absolutely. And there are other things on the calendar that could be changing, including not subtracting but adding 2 signing days. But coming up next, Matt DeMarinis will join us from White and Blue Review as we look ahead to tonight's matchup, Creighton and Seton Hall at CHI Health Center on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
We have the Valentino's ice cream.
Oh, he's going to defend it. This is wild. This is wild. This is so gross.
It's not unlike, now I wouldn't eat this regularly, but it's a little like if you threw it in the freezer.
But blended it first.
Yeah, probably a little blended, but...
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Clear skies and chilly tonight. Low temperatures dipping back into the middle 20s. Sunny, windy, and milder on Thursday. Look for highs reaching the upper 50s. We'll see 70s for highs again this weekend. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's unsportsmanlike conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a stall still has the off-ramp from westbound I-80 to 144th partially blocked, causing some delays through there. Same goes with a stall blocking the right shoulder of the southbound JFK at Fairview. And then outside of that, we've got a little bit of a delay on eastbound I-80 between 72nd and 42nd, on eastbound L Street between 108th and 96th, and then on eastbound Dodge, delays between 680 and 90th, and on westbound Dodge between 680 and 114th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Cash Blast from the Nebraska Lottery is back. Up until April 2nd, buy a 2x2 ticket and enter to be one of 14 weekly winners of $5,000 or $500. Details at nelottery.com. 2x2 top prize odds, 1 in 105,000.
Dino here with Leach Camper Sales. You'll be pleasantly surprised to see how affordable an RV can be. We have travel trailers with payments as low as $150 a month for qualified buyers, and they're ready to drive off the lot. Check out our inventory at leachcamper.com and bring us your trades.
And don't forget, coffee's always on.
At Sid Dillon Chevrolet, we want you to have the best car buying experience possible. Shop Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group or at siddillonchevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is to Isla Del Mar. Receive 2 $25 gift vouchers of $50 value for just $25 to Isla Del Mar. Isla Del Mar, with 2 locations in Omaha, specializes in authentic Mexican, seafood, and more. They use only the freshest ingredients, and their cooked shrimp towers and sushi bars are always a hit.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Are you a delivery driver looking for a better job opportunity? Host Coffee is a local family-owned coffee, water, and vending company that has been in business since 1972. We are growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
It's mulch better at Lanahaw. Planning to wake up your tired yard for spring? Make your landscape the envy of the neighborhood with mulch from Lanahaw's Garden Center, where quality is always a priority. Convenient pickup or delivery available. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Anti-Nazi, that's a good take.
I'm a very anti-Nazi.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and the Zone mobile app. Heading over to the arena here in a couple of hours to get ready for basketball tonight. Thought get a little preview in with Matt DeMarinis, who isn't quite at the arena yet, right? Or are you there already?
Not there yet.
Not there yet.
I might beat you there, though.
Yeah, you'll beat me. You'll beat me tonight because I'm not doing the show from my jail cell up in the hockey press box.
Yeah.
You know those 8 o'clock tips.
Oh, you love them.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
I'm glad this is the last one at home for this season. Not going to lie.
I like the hockey press box.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just not very functional for doing a video show because it looks
horrible.
Looks like you're in a jail cell.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But that's...
Well, at least they can see the murderers coming behind you, though. They can warn you.
That's true. If someone was there to stab you,
they'll be the murderers, so you're not as safe, really.
Fair point. Fair point.
Yeah.
You know, Matt, both teams could argue that the first game in Newark could have been won earlier than it was. What's your read on the rematch tonight?
Well, I think they're right. That game definitely had, both teams had multiple chances to put it away long before it ended up being put away. So, yeah, I mean, you're kind of going into that with that in your mind, right? How much of that plays out. But then, you know, certain factors are different, right? Creighton plays better at home, certainly of late they have. And then, you know, Seton Hall has not been the same team away from home, you know, whether it's on a neutral court or in a true road environment. So there's variables there that, you know, change the way I'm looking at this game, at least. But just in terms of personnel and everything that's controllable between the lines, I have a hard time figuring out if we're getting another one of those thrillers or not, because Seton Hall has a lot of guys playing really well right now. Dre Davis is a matchup kind of nightmare for everybody. Jaden Bediako is a really solid 5, probably one of the more underrated 5s in the conference when you look at his productivity on the offensive glass and defensively. Kadari Richmond, in terms of being a head of a snake type guy in the league, I think everybody would take him. He's one of those guys that's kind of up there, in the player of the year conversation, first team all Big East conversation. He's been that good for them this year. And when you see the way they played without him, when he had to miss time versus when he's on the court, you can tell that. And then Alamir Dawes is kind of a microwave guy. When he heats up, you can't really turn him off until he's done. So it's a fun matchup, because they have a lot of weapons. I think they're going to be hungry too, because not only did Creighton beat them in their own gym, but they kind of have they're on shaky ground right now in terms of the NCAA tournament. So they still have more to kind of prove there with this remaining schedule they have, and knocking off Creighton is something they kind of need to do right now.
Matt, along those lines, I want to look back at Sunday and ask how much of that was hangover from beating a number 1 team, how much of that was St. John's, because, kind of like this one, the first matchup was a close Creighton win, though that one didn't go to triple overtime. And there's, I guess, a part of me that's wondering if we could see something a bit similar tonight based off of what happened that first time versus Seton Hall.
Yeah, I mean, it's a polarizing topic, because I think a lot of people think, I think it's an easy kind of narrative to say
Sure.
that, well, Creighton beat UConn and then they went in and lost the next game, so there was a letdown there. But I don't subscribe to that theory, because I thought St. John's played really well, and I think it would have taken, a really good effort on an execution standpoint on Creighton's part to win that game. So when that's the case, I don't necessarily feel like it's anything that Creighton did from an effort and engagement standpoint that wasn't there. I thought they were fine in that regard. I just thought St. John's executed better, especially down the stretch. They made the bigger plays when it was time to go win the game after Creighton cut it to 5. So, I mean, I credit St. John's for that entirely. And then in terms of how it translates to tonight, I don't know. I mean, the thing with Creighton is they've been really good about moving on to the next one. They've been good at that for a while, honestly. It's kind of one of Mac's, more consistent traits is his ability to get a team to kind of wipe the slate clean and move on, whether it's a high or a low. I think we saw that, with the 2018-2019 team. There wasn't really, you could go into practice that, every single day and not know if they were coming off of a win or a loss. And that's a intentional trait that he tries to instill in his teams. And I think that's I don't think we'll see carryover from St. John's to Seton Hall tonight. I think it's just the next game.
The interesting thing is when you look at the numbers, Matt, and I'm looking at my buddy Bart right now, a lot of the offensive numbers, first game St. John's versus last Sunday against St. John's are very close. I mean, the 3-point shooting is identical. The effective field goal percentage was actually a little bit better again in the rematch than it was in the first game. The difference was St. John's was a lot more efficient on offense in the second game than they were in the first, and made all of those mid-range shots. I mean, it seemed like everything that went up between the elbows on the free throw line seemed to go in, especially from Danis Jenkins, who just had a tremendous game versus the first game in Omaha where, he was more of a volume scorer.
Yeah, they were really good outside the paint, a lot more efficient than they were in Omaha. Him, honestly, not just Jenkins, but Jordan Dingle too.
Yes.
And then the other factor that was different from game 1 to game 2 was I don't think St. John's was as good on the offensive glass in the first game as they were in the second. And that comes with a little bit of a caveat, because St. John's wasn't converting those second opportunities in the game in MSG this weekend. But when, when St. John's can dominate the offensive glass like they did, especially in the second half, you take away Creighton's ability to get out in transition. And that was the biggest factor, I think, in this game, because I think Creighton feels like they can get good shots against St. John's, and I think they feel like they did get good shots against St. John's. They just didn't hit them when they got them, and then the other part was they didn't get enough of them, of those opportunities, because of the way St. John's rebounded on the offensive glass when they were missing those shots that Creighton was forcing them to take. So that's what I mean. Like it was minimal things, like, but they added up. You know, it wasn't a total domination by St. John's and a total lack of focus and effort on Creighton's part. St. John's was just a little bit better in the areas of the game that were going to decide it, and that's why they were able to pull away and win the game late. But defensive rebounding is kind of like the whole bag for Creighton, because they're not going to force turnovers. They're going to make you take the shots they want you to take. And the key for them winning that type of battle is to rebound on the defensive glass, get out in transition and run, and just, you know, beat you with an effective shot game kind of thing. So, yeah, got a defensive rebound.
Matt, at the end of January, early February, Baylor Shireman went on quite a heater. You know, a lot of people were having the discussion, John and I included, about Big East Player of the Year potential. His efficiency has certainly dropped over the course of the last few games, and obviously the St. John's one was one of the worst, if not maybe the worst of the season. He's turned the ball over quite a bit too. What do you think's going on with him in these recent games?
I don't know. I'm trying to think. I think he stepped out of bounds on 2 occasions against St. John's, and then traveled on a baseline out of bounds layup under the basket for his third. So I'm trying to think if he had what his other 2 were, but those aren't really like, you know, I guess boneheaded plays, if you will. They're kind of just like, you know, they're kind of accidents, I guess. So I don't think anything's gone haywire in that regard. St. John's certainly has a lot of brings a lot of pressure. They're really physical defensively, so you kind of get a little bit sped up, and that probably, you know, leads to some of that kind of stuff. I think I think it's a blip more than a trend, I guess, because I haven't noticed anything too out of whack that he's doing to, I guess, ratchet up his production to enhance his Player of the Year status or not. I think he's still playing the same type of game he's playing. I think just shots haven't fallen for him. The ones that he normally hits haven't fallen for him. And then in terms of the 5 turnovers, I think a few of them were just a little bit uncharacteristic just mistakes that didn't come from him trying to force the issue. It just happened, you know.
Matt DeMarinis, White and Blue Review. Is there a time frame regarding this whole contract conversation in which this needs to be kind of buttoned up before your radar starts going off about a possibility that Mac may not be back?
I think that's interesting that you assume my radar isn't already going off.
Well, I guess more from the standpoint of you know, this tells me he's not coming back. Because right now I sense that you're kind of 50-50.
Yeah, I definitely am. I haven't thought about if there's – I just don't know if there's a right time where it needs to be done or not. Because I think there's a lot of factors involved. One is just the Creighton side of it. Like, can Mac and Creighton work something out on that end of it? The other part of it is, you know, is Mac weighing his options versus what he could get at Creighton. You know what I mean? Like, not just money-wise, but situation-wise, you know? So I don't know how those factors are going to play into each other and if there's a timeline that I think it needs to be done at. Because I think this time of the year, too, with the team they have, I don't know if he wants to spend a lot of his time focusing on that every single day, because it'll start to take away from, you know, what they're doing on the court. And I don't think he wants to kind of squander that with the amount of veterans he has, the amount of talent he has on this team. You know, this is the time of the year to make the big push, you know, for that deep postseason run. So if I know him like I think I do, I think he's just head down, you know, focus on the next objective, and this stuff will, you know, work itself out in any kind of time frame, whether it's quick or not, when it's all said and done. I'm sure he has, you know, the variables in his mind, and I'm sure, you know, he's working through it, but I think a decision in terms of a timeline to make a decision or not will probably come after the season when it's all said and done, because he's got a wagon of a squad, and I don't think he wants to squander that opportunity.
And it's not to say that this situation wouldn't have existed otherwise and that it already didn't exist, but the fact that Ohio State came open when it did kind of pushed everything up. It sped everything up a little bit, or at least it did publicly, maybe not internally, but publicly it gave it a sense of urgency and maybe exposed something that was already there, but just did it earlier than anticipated.
I completely agree. I got asked that the other day if the Ohio State thing was kind of a seed planted by, Mac's side of things, and I don't think it was. I think it opening up allowed people to put dots together and just assume that, okay, well, Ohio State's going to go after, X amount of candidates that are at, Power 6 level jobs, but don't have the resources that Ohio State does, right? So, like I said, the other part of this is that Mac this isn't the first time he's been pursued, and it's not only Ohio State that's been pursuing him. So that's the other part of it too, But yeah, just the thing that really got ramped up is when Creighton beat UConn the way they did, because then that kind of like shifted the spotlight to Creighton side of things. Like, hey, you have a pretty good situation here. You might want to make sure it's on solid foundation. And obviously the fan base really made pushes for that with, emails and tweets and just general outcry for it. So the only thing that changed was the UConn win. I don't think the Ohio State job changed anything. I think all of the things that are still happening behind the scenes were still happening behind the scenes, regardless of that. That job was going to be open eventually with the way it was trending. And I think there are more jobs out there that are trending to be open as well that could be, factors in this conversation that aren't right now because they're still being coached by the current coach. So yeah, I think the only thing that changed in terms of a variable that swung some momentum from an outcry standpoint was the UConn win, not the Ohio State job.
Hey, Matt, I want to ask you real quick before I let you go about the women's team. We were both there for senior night last night. They, run away and hide pretty much. And I guess I wonder how you're putting this group into perspective, given a couple of things. A, they could all, in theory, be back, and so we could be doing this again next year. Some could be back. None could be back. There's a world where that happens. But also, B, that, their legacy could also be affected a bit more by what happens over the next month.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for not asking me to assess Xavier's situation. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think it's a really unique situation, but I think the best way to kind of encapsulate everything that's happening at Creighton right now is just to try to, and this is kind of like a message to your listeners, I guess, who are interested, just kind of live in the moment, because that's really what's happening right now. It's like these, in regards to these 6 seniors, and the things they've done already. And I think don't focus too much on the looming decision. And that's the same with Mac. Don't focus on too much about tomorrow and what could be and what might be, because then I think you'll miss the enjoyment of what's going on today. And that's, a pretty good thing to enjoy, I guess, to put it simply. But I mean, their legacies are unprecedented in terms of what they've accomplished together and individually. And whether they come back or not, they're solidified. So I think right now they have a pretty good perspective on it. I honestly don't think that many of them are undecided right now. I just think they're kind of undeclared, if you could put it that way.
Yeah.
So I think their point of view is like, hey, let's just, put our heads down, stay day to day, focus on the next task at hand. And then when it's time to, announce our plans, then it's time to announce the plans. But right now it's just about Seton Hall, the Big East tournament, NCAA tournament, and making the most out of what's left of this season and their time together. Because, yeah, like you said, it's hard to envision all 6 returning. So the other part of it is that they know that this is their last opportunity to play together, and they don't really want to waste it by focusing on the wrong things. So that's kind of what this near future is about, as opposed to just, getting their decisions over with too. Because a lot of teams are facing this right now. I mean, the big situation was Paige Becker's announcing for UConn that she's coming back, but some of her teammates haven't made their decisions known yet either. So that affects things. Obviously, Caitlin Clark's decision. So there's a lot of prominent players in the sport right now that haven't declared what they're doing one way or the other. So it'll make for an interesting April and May for sure.
Matt DeMarinis, White and Blue Review. Matt, we'll see you tonight. Thanks again.
Sounds good, boys. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Matt.
It's good advice. Live in the moment.
I mean, it's all you can do, right? And these two teams, it's fun that their great runs have overlapped, where Creighton, the men finally make the Sweet 16. The women, they go to the Elite Eight. The men, then a couple years later, they make the Elite Eight, or the next season they make the Elite Eight. And, now we know it's at stake for both of these teams going into this last month of the season. It's been a real joy in my career getting to call so many of the games for the Creighton women's basketball team. They are so much fun to watch, and at times they make it look very, very easy. Very, very easy.
And just imagine how much less you would have enjoyed it if they played halves.
I know. I would have hated it. So many free throws.
Moping around. And like, oh, God.
Thank God for
they're
quarters.
Halves. Oh, I hate saying 16 minutes left in the game. It's so arduous.
I mean, I do that. I like adding. I'm a big fan of math.
You are of math.
I like saying the number of seconds that are left. Sometimes I'm like 86 seconds left in the
because
game.
you like countdowns.
I'm very good at it, Nick.
You're a countdown sicko.
Honestly, I looked at the scoreboard last night, Nick, and I thought of you because very quickly I was like, yeah, they're up by 16. And I was like, man, I wonder how Nick would do doing analyst work as he tries to very quickly figure out what the score is.
I would have a calculator.
Nice. Rob Sims, let me do a little math real fast. They're down by 15 right now, Rob.
Oh, no, now it's...
And he'd say,
20.
Nick, I know the score is 15-0. I figured it out.
All right. Dumb Debates is still coming up, if that wasn't dumb enough for you.
Also, a response to our conversation about bowl games, and I'm going to put a listener in his place because he's wrong.
Finally.
Yeah.
1620 the zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 the zone.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
If you're looking for a safe and reliable vehicle to get you through all types of winter weather and more, Baxter Subaru has you covered. Symmetrical all-wheel drive comes standard on nearly all Subaru models and provides you better traction, improved stability, and maximized performance on wet and snowy roads. So hop in the driver's seat of a new Outback, Forester, or Crosstrek now at Baxter Subaru Omaha. Shop our great sales and service deals now during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at BaxterSubaruOmaha.com.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin Ultra Soft on the party, this is more, so roll it back, everybody. Charmin's irresistibly soft and hella nice. My crib is always soft. It's our party vibe. It's cushion and face, so our cheeks feel flat. So every booty wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin. At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin Ultra Soft on the party, this is more, so roll it back, everybody. Charmin's irresistibly soft and hella nice. My crib is always soft. It's our party vibe. It's cushion and face, so our cheeks feel flat. So every booty wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Creighton Sports Update. Hey, Blue Jay fans, it's basketball season here at Creighton. So get your tickets and come out and support your Blue Jays. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com, go Creighton.com/tickets, or visit the ticket office located at Ryan Athletic Center. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Gaelic Storm and the High Kings are joining forces for the Mighty Tour. March 6th at Steelhouse, Omaha. With two great bands, you can expect an epic night of Celtic rock and Irish folk music. With their blend of traditional Irish tunes and modern flair, they've captivated audiences around the world. Get tickets today at steelhouseomaha.com. Gaelic Storm and the High Kings. March 6th, Steelhouse, Omaha. The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
The Omaha Mavericks men's basketball team has reached the final game of the regular season, and it's a big one in St. Paul on Thursday night. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharp. Join me on News Talk 1290 Coil for the play-by-play, beginning at 6:30 with the pregame show, 7 o'clock tip-off from St. Paul, Minnesota, for Omaha and St. Thomas.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Josh was telling us during the break how he had this girlfriend. We're watching the Class C2 girls state quarterfinals. And
yeah, Nick asked who I was rooting for.
Oakland Craig is playing Elmwood Murdoch. And Josh is rooting for Oakland Craig, and he was explaining this story about how he had a girlfriend in Oakland who used to give him Old Dutch.
I had a
and I'm like,
girlfriend.
whoa.
Nick,
and then Nick had to look it up on the
John Bishop, Nick Grimm.
Handshake
on
me.
the
Oh,
what do they call
Josh.
it? What's the
internet.
dictionary? What's the dictionary?
Urban
The
Dictionary.
Urban Dictionary.
So
they have 90th anniversary potato chip boxes, by the way.
Hell yeah.
Great. Potato chips that are 90 years old.
So I dated a girl. She had family who lived in Oakland. I believe a grandma. I don't remember. It's been so long.
By the way, for those of you not familiar, Oakland is
it's north.
About 20-ish miles north of Fremont.
And west. Bingo. So we would go up there occasionally, usually in the summer, and we would see her grandma. I think she just called her grandma. I was trying to remember if she
What's
gave
up,
her a
Graham?
grandmammy. You know how
Grandmammy.
some people call their grandparents by weird names.
Sure, yeah.
Well, anyway, so we go up there. Well, there was this time in my life. They're still my favorite chips. I don't get them very often though. Dutch Crunch, Old Dutch Foods, baby. They would have them at Baker's. When we lived in North Omaha, I would go to the Baker's on 30th Street and I would buy copious bags of Old Dutch because it was so good, and they didn't have them in Lincoln. So I'd get them and I'd bring them to my dorm and I'd munch on these chips all the time, which explains why I gained a lot of weight in college. Well, anyway, I remember going to the store. I believe it was summer. I was home for the summer. I walk over to the chip aisle. Nary a bag, John. Nary a bag of Old Dutch. But for some reason, they still have them in Oakland. And so I was like, let's go visit your grandma. I wanted to visit the grandma.
I want to go see your grandma and get an Old Dutch.
Couldn't you have just been like, hey, let's just go to Oakland because I want these chips, and if you want, we can see your grandma on the way. You didn't have to make the trip about her grandmother.
We killed two birds with one stone, Nick.
You killed her
Were these
grandma?
chips that good?
They're my favorite. Now, you would hate the kind that I love.
Well, of course.
The salt and vinegar, baby.
Why would you waste a trip to Oakland, Nebraska to get chips that taste like
so good?
Came out of a fish's butt.
No, they do not. Why do you know what that tastes like? First of all, second of all,
I'm just guessing. It's a wild guess.
So yeah, I love their chips. They were the first kettle chips that I ever had. We also would get popcorn from Old Dutch. They had some really good cheesy popcorn that I would get back when I was a youngster as well. So
now I want chips.
You can
Did they have a supermarket there in Oakland? I admit, I have not been to Oakland. I've not been through Oakland, Nebraska in years.
Yeah, I don't remember where we went, if it was like a gas station or if we went to a grocery store, but we'd go there and I'd bring back bags behind the bag. There'd be like 8 bags of salt and vinegar chips.
How fast would they be gone?
No wonder she's no longer your girlfriend.
Even after we stopped dating, I think she brought me back some chips one
super
time.
Cool of her.
Very nice. Yeah.
So she was still giving you the Old Dutch even after you had broken up.
It was very nice. She was
How
like,
nice
here
of
is a bag. I think there were 2 bags of chips. 2 bags of chips. We are bearing the lead. I said that I was going to accost a listener. Now, I've scrolled through some of this listener's text messages. First of all, Greg in Myrtle Beach only texts the morning show for the most part, which is very hurtful.
Well,
but
I mean, he's
let me
maybe
be
that's
critical
when
of Greg.
maybe that's when he's only
he's not going to hear this anyway.
No, he's listening because he texted us. But the last time he texted the Grum was November 17th. So this is going to allow you to get an insight into Greg's mind.
Sure.
Our brilliant program building ex-NFL coach just got back-to-back punked by Harlan Barnett and Mike Loxley. Laughable. That's what he texted in November.
Oh,
All right,
okay.
so that's going to set the stage for this second message that we have received from him since November. Thanks a lot, Greg.
Hi, Greg.
Greg
Behind
writes,
the Greg.
interesting point on meaningless minor bowls like the Boca Raton and military bowls, the only bowls mighty Matt Rules ever made. Laughable. His words, not mine, John. Greg in Myrtle Beach, do you know what's laughable? The fact that you're ignoring that Matt Rule took the Baylor frickin' Bears to the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah.
in 2019? Are we erasing history? Is this 1984? Have we always been at war with Eurasia?
I like to imagine he ends every sentence of his life with laughable.
So, Greg in Myrtle Beach, you're wrong, friend. You're wrong. I just wanted to
Again,
let him know.
the arguments I'm making, and if it sounds like I'm demeaning these lesser bowl games, well, I am, because I don't care about them. But I'm not arguing it from the standpoint of, well, shouldn't say anything about it because Nebraska hasn't been in one. That's not why I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this from the more practical side of just how you're going to make all of this work.
Mm.
And quite frankly, a lot of these bowl games might go the way of the dodo bird at some point.
Whoa.
Extinct?
That is what that means.
Other things are extinct. I have to just keep
I
poking
said
fun at
might.
the dodo bird.
I said might. Basically, the
rhinos.
only the reason they don't exist anymore is tourism devices, which is why they were invented in the first place. They only exist.
Talking about dodo birds or bulls
No,
right
bulls.
now? Okay.
They only exist as programming for the television networks. Well, if you
Their content, John.
and it's actually more ESPN than anything else because ESPN actually owns and or operates a lot of these lesser bowl games, most of them. And if that programming time is taken up by more playoff games, they're not going to have any room for any of those extra bowl games.
Mm.
So,
I mean, it was just fine anyway because there's too many bulls.
well, there
But again,
are.
we're yelling at Greg because he was wrong about Mike Riley's bull history.
Well, you're yelling at
Yeah. Keena adds, Old Dutch are so legit, we get them in Minnesota all the time.
Well, that's because they're
Nick.
from Minnesota, right?
Yes, it's a northern brand of chip.
It's from
Dude,
Minnesota.
I was so sad. I remember going to Baker's.
When
and
your girlfriend stopped giving you the Old Dutch?
I was very sad when my girlfriend stopped giving me
Except
Old
that one
Dutch.
time after they broke up, she gave him.
Thank you
Old
again.
Dutch. It was like a goodbye Old
Let me
Dutch.
remember going to the store, though, John, when I walked to the chip aisle, and they still had the labels. Dutch Crunch chips, $2.50, and I couldn't buy them. God, but I can buy them online. John, do you want to chip in and we could eat them on the show?
No, I'm not eating assy salt and vinegar chips.
Josh, I'll do it.
Nick will do it.
I'll do it.
See, the issue with buying from this particular website is you got to buy $35 worth of stuff to get free shipping.
We'll just buy $35 worth of Dutch Crunch.
Get 11 bags of Dutch Crunch, Nick.
Then you'll have
this
more.
store also sells like hand sanitizer or shampoo. There's a
Well,
variety
yeah,
of
you
items.
need because you need it to clean out your mouth after eating salt and vinegar
I
chips.
can't believe you don't like salt and
They're
vinegar
awful.
chips. They are so good.
John, they're not.
awful.
They're so good.
John
No,
has the
they're
worst
awful.
taste buds.
Yeah, I have the worst taste buds. You Yahoo, I have the worst taste
Do you think
buds.
John
you. I'm happy
also
you
has?
understand.
Sure.
Do you think John also has the cilantro tastes like soap?
I do.
Oh,
Yeah.
No,
tough
I-
luck for you.
No, it's garbage. It's assy garbage.
Cilantro's great.
Do you like cilantro?
I have no problems with cilantro.
It ruins food.
Wow, I'm better than both.
There
of you.
was this food truck.
Yeah, like salt and vinegar ruins potato
there was
chips.
this food truck that I would go to with a different person that I dated at one point in time. And I was like, I don't like these tacos. They're not very good. Found out later because they were covered in cilantro. I should go back and try them without the cilantro.
What, you couldn't see the little leaves?
I didn't
of
realize
cilantro?
that was the part. I didn't learn about it until I went with now my wife to a local establishment, Moolah, and we got some chips and dip. And I was like, man, I don't really like this flavor. It was the cilantro. Get the queso without the cilantro. I'm having a great day.
They put cilantro in queso?
Yeah, just as a little
garnish.
Oh.
Cilantro should be in everything.
No, it shouldn't.
No, it
Nick.
shouldn't be in everything.
You want a cheeseburger with cilantro, you sicko?
Hell yeah.
It shouldn't be in everything.
Sounds like a
but
Southwest
it
burger.
is. It's really good in salsa. I like it.
It's like
Uh-oh.
lime. You should put lime on everything.
Man,
too.
see, I knew that Severe was going to text in, and sure enough, Michael Severe is opined because he's on the John Bishop side. Congrats, Michael. You agree with John.
Oh,
He writes, salt and vinegar chips should be reserved for people who are old, who have lost their taste buds
Yes.
and have to
Yes.
eat something horrible just
Yes.
to taste anything. That's
Yes.
what Michael always said.
Yes.
Salt and vinegar chips are for old people.
Yes.
No, they're not, Michael. It's 2024. Young people can eat them too now.
my mouth is salivating just thinking about it.
Seriously. Eric says cilantro tastes like ass. Soapy ass.
I'm not going to king shame.
Ass and soap. Soap and ass.
I love cilantro and salt and vinegar chips.
Man, now I wish I had salt and vinegar.
Well, it already sounds like Dumb Debates has begun.
It has.
This is the
So I guess
pre-debate.
this was
pre-bait.
the pregame show for Dumb Debates. The Dumb Debates today. with James Brown and Boomer Esiason. Now it's time for the actual game, which means I get to be Jim Nance and you get to be Romo.
Oh, gee! Who am I? That'd be Herb Street.
If I said Tracy Wolfson, it would insult Tracy Wolfson.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because there's no way Tracy Wolfson would grow a mustache that looks like that. Ooh.
That would be an odd look for Tracy.
Yes,
it would be.
Tracy, what happened?
But she's her own woman and she can do whatever she wants.
Yes, she can.
That's true.
Not looking like Nick Grimm would be a good choice.
Oh my gosh, couldn't agree more.
1620 the zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, that stall still causing delays on westbound I-80 at the 144th Street off-ramp, so be ready for a little bit of a delay through there. Delays on eastbound I-80 from 680 to 72nd. Delays on eastbound L Street at 90th. Also, a little bit of slow going on eastbound Dodge from 680 to 90th. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays from 680 to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
So with Saul's Jewelry and Loan dealing with designer bags, what is another option that our clients have if they don't want to actually sell their item?
If you're looking to borrow some money, you don't necessarily want to get rid of it. We can hold on to it for safekeeping until you're ready to come pick it back up.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Maverick baseball and softball are right around the corner. Get your season tickets today by calling 402-554-MAVS. This Thursday, the Omaha Maverick women's basketball team celebrates senior night as they take on St. Thomas at Baxter Arena. And don't miss the series finale as Maverick hockey plays NCHC rival North Dakota on March 8th and 9th. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tigs.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage. And it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw from your mom.
Listeners have not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton? Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Die for the pylon or give up on the play. Dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to another edition of Dumb Debates, where we allow you to take over the grum by sending us your questions, your debates, and then we tackle them right here on this here program. You can always send us your dumb debates any place, anytime via the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. We ask nicely that you use the hashtag dumb debates so it's easier for us to find them, because sometimes the old mentions get a little full.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can email your dumb debates to John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com in the anything but dumb Equitable Bank inbox, where we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. And that is where this question came in from Todd.
Todd.
Are yellow shoes, gloves, or towels super annoying in football? Yellow shoes, gloves, towels are super annoying in football. Yes or no?
Towels, yes. Gloves, yes. Shoes, no.
Yeah, LC Greenwood would like to have a word with you, because LC Greenwood, actually, they were gold shoes, but I mean, they were close to yellow.
I'm surprised people still use yellow gloves, because isn't the point of, don't you want to match your gloves to the opposing team's uniform so they can't?
Very good point. Very good point.
Where the hell did you learn that, Nick?
Because he remembers 2 years ago or 3 years ago in the last Super Bowl that really anyone cared about. There was a key holding penalty late in that game.
People forget.
Because a Cincinnati Bengal player from the losing team, by the way.
Did he have orange gloves on?
Yes, he had orange gloves on while he was grabbing and tussling and joshing around and trying to throw around the people's MVP, Cooper Kupp, like a rag doll.
Behind
had
the
he
rag.
been wearing white gloves, it might have been harder to see that, though, with the violent
and then the
thrashing of the head.
won.
But with the violent thrashing of the head and everything else, I'm sure they still would have caught it. But yes, Nick is right. It's smarter if you're a defensive player to wear a set of gloves that matches the other team's uniform, so you can get away with a little more grabbing and pulling and tugging.
So that's interesting, because the way that the question was framed was more, is it annoying, right?
Well,
because I think the poser is asking, does this suck because you always think there are flags?
Yes.
Behind the flag.
Okay. I thought he just hated looking at it when he watched it.
So I like yellow shoes. I don't think that those are, oh my gosh, I thought that was a flag. I don't know what it is about them as shoes. But gloves I can see, and certainly towels. I mean, towels are basically flags. Sure. Towels are big flags.
Yeah, they should probably try to
water.
Anything that can easily come off of a uniform or a person shouldn't be yellow. Like if, the towels get pulled on occasion.
Like gloves, if somebody's hands get bitten off.
I'm not saying, no, they're not getting bitten off.
What are you doing, you sicko?
You are sick.
You have a great point 2 minutes ago. Now you're like, what if someone bit a guy's hand off in a football game?
I mean, it was a joke. I wasn't serious.
Okay, good to know.
But yeah, I would like to eliminate that, because it fools the poor person in the TV truck, because they see yellow on the field and they hit the little thing that flashes the flag, or the guy who's in Mitch's booth for the Chiefs. They play that sound effect. Boom.
They do play that big sound effect.
Anytime there's a flag, you hear the boom.
Remember a few years ago, there have been a few score bugs that the networks have had to change on the fly because fans remember this one, the Monday Night Football one a few years ago, where the down and distance was in black font, but the outline was yellow. And so everyone kept thinking it was a flag.
Yeah.
I remember CBS, I think this one's in like 2013, 2014 range. They had the final score graphic was also yellow, but there was so much consternation about it that they actually changed the color away from yellow. So I understand what our friend here is talking about.
Yeah, I get the frustration, but
Yeah.
I agree with you. I obviously the Steeler uniforms look pretty tight, especially when they wear yellow shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of pops there, especially with the road uniforms with the white shirts and the yellow pants.
It's a great look.
It is a great look, a classic look.
All right. How about this one from Eric? Say Eric like you always say.
Eric.
Thank you. You have the choice. Your spouse.
Definitely not doing an Old Dutch with salt and vinegar chips.
John, this is a great that you say Old Dutch because
Oh, no.
your spouse, or in Nick's case, girlfriend, is a sex savant. Every time you do the deed, it is the best sex of your life. But their food is inevitable. Or they suck at sex.
Their food is inevitable?
Inedible.
Inedible.
Did I say inevitable?
Their food is inevitable. This food is inevitable.
Wait.
It's inevitable. It's going to happen to you.
I get amazing sex and food?
All right. Inedible. Or they suck at sex, just awful. You would prefer Mr. Handy to them, but every meal they make is a 3-star Michelin restaurant quality, as good as a meal can get every time. Which do you choose? What a question, Eric.
I mean, you could always eat out.
Well,
wait, is that the first part of the question, Nick, or the second part?
Fortunately, I have the best of all worlds.
Oh, look at you. Don't you suck up.
Ah, horny John.
Throw a Michelin star tomato at his face.
How was that pizza, John? Was that a 3-star Michelin pizza?
All right, I'm going to try to answer this question.
Crust was a little soggy, I'll admit.
I mean, you have food every day.
Yes, famously.
I like the sex soggy, not the crust.
Like, I'm tired. The older I get, the more tired I am.
But it's always the best sex.
So many meals.
But
she
it's always the
cooked
best
me.
sex.
Well, it was leftovers today, but it was food that she had made. She'll make dinner tonight. I'm going to pick the food. I love food.
Wow.
I love food. You eat so much more food.
Guess who's not getting any more anytime soon?
No,
guys, I guess you just want me to slave over this hot stove and feed you all the time instead of servicing my needs. Well, you know what? Fine. Here's your dinner, and then throws it at
you're
your
picking
face.
the sex one?
That is a tough look because that also
it's not
means
tough.
that
I'm also complimenting her.
your better half is not getting satisfied.
That's right.
No, it's that
she
she's
makes
bad at it.
Now,
so
she
I could be
makes
great.
you
Maybe
food?
I'm
Yes.
great at it, Nick. Did you think about that?
Highly unlikely. Especially since you got rid of the beard.
People come up to, she has hated my face.
She
She's
doesn't
like, it's too
smooth
scratchy.
Josh.
No, because it was smooth, but then it got too scratchy.
Hmm.
Now I think it's finally getting back to normalcy. It's going to be better.
It
when
is
it's a bit
coming back
longer.
well. It is coming back well, by the way. It's been 2 weeks now since Josh
Burly Josh
shaved the beard. But yeah, I mean,
Thank
that's
the
see, it's a
Lord.
bad look.
I'm
because,
servicing.
because
I'm
in
the service.
one now,
Come up to me with tears in their eyes. Big burly men.
to some women, depending on the relationship, the sex is also a chore. But theoretically, that is supposed to be enjoyable for both parties.
Yes.
So
whereas the preparing of the food,
she loves cooking.
Listen,
I do the dishes.
my wife is very good at cooking. She gets
Except for pizza.
She gets annoyed
John
by
hated
it.
the pizza.
She doesn't like to do it
See,
all the
that's
time.
good. Riss loves cooking, and then I do the dishes, which she hates. It's the best of both.
Well,
I
guess
hate
what?
cooking.
Now the only thing you're going to be doing is dishes.
No, this John.
You ain't gonna be doing nothing else.
Mm.
You're just gonna be doing dishes because all she's gonna be doing is cooking.
Nah.
There won't
Or
be any more
maybe
doing.
if she's really bad at, if the partner in question was really bad at it.
No one is answering this except for me.
No, I agree with you actually.
Yeah,
See?
but you
Of
just
course you
answered-
do.
You both answered incorrectly.
John, what's
Josh,
your answer?
I also love food.
So wait, all that your wife is to you is a sex object? Wow. Bad look for John.
I didn't say that. I just said I have the best of both worlds.
No, that doesn't
Other
answer
than
the
pizza.
question. Boo, except for pizza. Riss is awesome.
It was
at
just
making
that
pizza.
one pizza, and it was a little soggy.
Wow.
We just needed
You know
to
what
go
else
to the
is
small
soggy?
pizzas. Again, there's some things I prefer soggy, others I don't. That is a tough one because you're right.
You eat all the time.
You're right. But this is going to sound a little weird.
Oh.
Not that weird.
Oh.
But can you imagine?
Yes.
Every meal you eat.
Oh, don't do this one. This is like the fart conversation.
No. But there's sometimes I think there's a law of diminishing returns. And it could be, you could argue this for both sides, right? There's a law of diminishing returns where it's like, could it be any better? And then there's sometimes you're just like, you know what? I just want a bowl of cereal. I don't need a quiche.
Well, then you could make the bowl of cereal. Like you
No,
would
I
still
know.
have that ability.
I know, but
you still have your hand for the other one.
And then, well, the sex thing might turn into one of those things where I know many people, since I grew up in the age of the internet, who had unbridled access to a lot of things on the internet.
Yeah.
And then the more they consumed it, the weirder and weirder they got with some of the things. Because of diminishing returns.
Adam says it's easy. Take the great sex and just cook all the meals. Don't let them cook. Problem solved. Sky writes, wow, both sides for John. Go figure. This is classic John. Driving down the middle of the road. Travis writes,
driving down the middle of the road, eating well, and having sex.
But not pizza.
Travis writes, my wife burns the water when she tries to cook, so I'm always cooking the Michelin star
remember
meals.
Poor Bastard Dean?
Yes, whatever happened to that guy?
What would Poor Bastard Dean answer?
Oh, I don't know.
To this.
I truly cannot imagine.
I haven't heard from Dean in a while. I'm a little worried.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while since we've heard from Poor Bastard Dean.
Blink if you're still listening to us.
Casey Mike's mom writes, no one cares about my cooking for a reason. Great point.
Fair point.
David writes, hello, almost everyone I know loves football and couldn't care less about basketball. Yeah. Are there people that are the opposite, all in on hoops and don't care about football? Great show, guys. There definitely are.
Oh, yeah, there are.
The closest equivalent that I can think of that is all in on hoops is Padilla, but he still loves football.
Okay, so that was my question. I wasn't sure how he felt.
He's a
about
Packers
football.
fan.
Yeah, he's a big Packers fan.
I'm sure he loves football.
But
for sure.
I think he really likes football. He
loves basketball.
He is of basketball.
He
is the closest thing that I can think of to that. But if you go to like Kentucky or Indiana, you're going to find a bunch of people that don't like football.
But they love horses.
And
I
honestly,
oh,
I'm trying to think. If there's anybody in my life
that's a hoops boy or gal?
Well, I'm just thinking who absolutely, and it's not even basketball, but absolutely loves one sport more than football.
My dad loves racing more than football. My dad doesn't really care about football. He'll watch it, but he doesn't really care.
Okay.
Padilla certainly likes basketball more than football.
Right, but I'm just thinking of
my dad actually
I'm
loves
trying
the
to think
Army
of people
Navy game.
who just are out on football. I don't know if I know anyone.
See, yeah, even Matt DeMarinis, who I think is of basketball, he still loves football as well.
There are a lot of people in my life who don't care about football just because that's where I'm of.
So yeah, like the people that I know in my life that don't like football are people from college that didn't like sports, period.
Yeah.
So it's like, it doesn't really fit. Like, oh, I don't like football. Yeah, but you don't like any sport, so it doesn't really fit this conversation.
It would be fascinating because, yes, we do have a lot of people, and even in our audience, who are like all about football. And when they hear basketball, they just, they have the same reaction as I do when someone tries to force feed me salt and vinegar chips.
Yum.
But I can't say that I know anybody who thinks the opposite.
Yeah.
I know they're out there, obviously, but I don't know them.
Mm-hmm. Sorry we couldn't answer your question there, David.
This is dumb debates, not hard questions.
Oh, great point.
John wants to know, and this is right up Nick's alley, are aliens hostile or friendly?
I think it depends. I mean, are all people hostile or friendly? You can't generalize, right? Some aliens, sure, maybe they want to conquer. Others, maybe they're just chilling. Maybe they're exploring. They're on a vacation.
Both sides, Nick.
Or then others, maybe they just want to make peaceful contact, like the Vulcans from Star Trek.
If
They're
there
like,
are,
hey,
if there are aliens that make contact with us, there's no way that they're going to be good. They came all that way just to shake our hands. They know what we would do. They know how we would react as humans. They're coming here to fight.
Well,
because we're not going to return in kind. They couldn't come down and pretend to be nice. We'd always doubt them.
See,
know.
there's the natural instinct when one species or one race or one whatever.
Remember
Alien-
Columbus, Nick?
Alien racism is what you guys are saying.
No.
The
It's
aliens
not that. But
sailed the ocean blue.
when you have the so-called superior technology,
Bingo.
and you come upon a society that isn't, the unfortunate byproduct of that.
Just don't take any blankets from the aliens.
Wow.
The unfortunate byproduct of that is eventually,
think of a
even
similar
if they
joke.
come with good intentions initially,
We would
at
doubt
some
them.
point, at some point, they're going to say, "You're our underlings now. We're gonna."
And
we're
even Nick,
taking
if they
this
were
place over."
pretending to be, or even if they were actively nice, we wouldn't believe them. Because every part of history says don't believe them.
That
Who
is
is
true.
it? Who
Yeah, but
has
then
gone
other
somewhere with
parts
their
of-
superior technology and actually been good? No one, ever.
Then other parts of history, there are people that still believe them, though. Maybe it'll work out this time.
No, it definitely won't. I appreciate your optimism, but it's going to be bad.
Yeah,
They're going to
I mean,
come and kill us.
if they have the ability, unless we show the ability to, match them in technology, which if we did, we would be able to go seek them out.
Then we'd probably do the
So
same thing to them.
here's my thing: is what would be the point of taking us over? Because I don't know how many resources are still left on the planet, but
there's
we're taking
plenty.
care of that.
We have trees, Nick.
We have plenty of
trees.
resources on this planet. The
Hell, Nick, they
question
could
is-
want houses.
The
Maybe
alien
they need
stock market
Maybe
crashed.
they need wood.
Maybe they're overpopulated on their planet and need another
They just
place
need
to
literal
live.
room.
Maybe they
What if
like
they need
salt
water?
water.
There's
We
so
got
many-
a lot of water.
What if they drank salt water? We got plenty of that. What if they live in
you can make
planets
salt water.
where the temperature is actually rising and they need that?
What
They're-
if these are
they have
aliens who
global
have
cooling?
horrible old people taste buds and are only taking over societies that eat salt and vinegar chips?
They were the society
and they
to come
love
for.
cilantro.
They stopped by all of the other civilized planets, and those planets, more civilized than ours, wouldn't be stooped so low as to have salt and vinegar chips. But then they finally find this planet, and they have salt and vinegar chips. Like, we finally found the idiots that like this stuff. Wipe them out.
Maybe they
all
only
of
came
them.
here because they wanted some Dutch crunch.
Maybe. Travis and Semper both point out oil. Nick, what if they need oil?
I don't think an alien.
You don't know these
If you're
things.
a race that can travel through space, you're not going to need oil.
Why not?
How do you know?
What
How
if
do you
oil is
know
what
that-
they drink?
How do you know that these folks aren't gas mowers?
Maybe.
Because if you get to the point where you can have a spaceship, that's nuclear power. They have nuclear lawnmowers.
How do you know it's nuclear?
Adam writes aliens
I bet it's
John,
oil.
if oil was going to get us to space, we would use oil to get us to space.
Well, I mean,
rocket fuel isn't oil.
but they may have figured it out.
Adam writes, aliens
the
already
whole point.
came in peace and built our pyramids. Peaceful aliens, case closed. Adam is on Nick's side.
Slaves built the pyramids.
With help from the aliens.
I hope when the aliens do come, they come in these big V8 gas belching
bunch of Hummers.
Yes,
That's not a callback to the previous
a bunch
question.
of space Hummers, just a bunch of giant space Hummers that get like
that don't have Michelin star restaurants.
that get
Speaking
like
of Old
2
Dutch.
gallons to the mile, and they say, "Man, these are the best things ever."
What's a gas? I wonder how long it takes to get through a gallon of gas in space.
They got big ass tanks. Big ass tanks.
I'm going to spell the word, and then we can discuss how we pronounce it. Kenneth writes, how do you pronounce the word DATA?
Oh, data or data?
Yeah, I'm a data boy.
See, data is what I usually use, but Data was the character on Star Trek.
Yeah. I think I interchange them.
Really?
I think I default to data, but data sometimes.
I say data.
I'm a data boy.
I'm a
I don't
data.
know if I've
We're all
ever.
data.
I don't know if
Are we-
I've.
We're dairy datas.
Data. Yeah, if I say, "Hey, I've got the data on that,"
Mm-hmm.
the only time I've ever would have referenced Data again is the Star Trek character. I don't know if I've ever.
I don't even know
used-
that character.
He's an android.
It's from the Next Generation series.
Never watched it.
One time he got captured by the Borg, and the Borg were trying to assimilate him.
And you know what the Borg used to ride around in? Big ass gas burning spacecraft.
I don't think the giant cubes were using
Huge
gas.
Oh, you didn't see the exhaust? You didn't see the headers on that baby?
Jeff
Oh
says, can
my
you imagine
God.
how big of a wall you'd have to build if space aliens tried to get in?
That's a dome.
We'd all be chanting, build that wall.
Let's just put a dome over the country, like the Simpsons
over
did.
the country, over the whole world, Nick.
But that's the country, I guess.
What?
Just our country instead of building the wall. Just the
Wow.
country.
So Nick doesn't care about Russia.
How are you going to put a dome around the world?
I don't know.
That's
We'll
new.
figure it
I
out.
thought
If we
Nick-
can build
I
it
thought-
over America, we can build it over the world. By the way, I watched Independence Day again. It was on.
Yeah.
Hello,
Before we got rid of Cox Cable, we still had movie channels, and we still do. We have HBO, but man, that movie holds up so well. It is so good. Jeff
Welcome
Goldblum,
to Earth.
so funny. His dad was hilarious. God.
Judd Hirsch.
Yeah, great movie. Classic movie.
Great movie.
Yeah, indeed.
I haven't seen the second one. Is that one good?
I never saw it, Nick, and
I have no interest. I have no interest. Ben writes into the Equitable Bank inbox. If you could guarantee a Nebraska football championship in the next 2 years, but had to live in Iowa and you couldn't leave the state for the rest of your life, would you do it?
Yes.
I can't leave the state?
Yes, you're welcome. I'll just do that for you.
No,
Congrats,
absolutely
Nebraska.
Not. It's not even about Iowa. Des Moines is a fine city. I don't want to live and not be able to go anywhere else.
Well,
does he mean I have to live there forever?
Yeah.
Live in Iowa
Live
forever.
in Council Bluffs. It's geographically the same as Omaha.
I mean, it is. He'd have to pay taxes twice, though, right? Doesn't Ed have to pay multiple taxes because he lives in Iowa?
Yeah, if you live in one and work in another.
Yeah, don't you have to pay taxes?
Yes, I used to have to do that after I graduated college.
Because, I could, if I lived there, I could still, but then I could, in theory, never take a different job anywhere else ever.
But if it makes you feel any better, I never owed money when I had to pay taxes.
Sorry,
twice.
Nebraska fans, no thanks. Maybe I want to live somewhere else.
You know what I call
What if I won the lottery and I want to go live in the forest?
You know what I call there's forests in Iowa. You know
Not
what I
that
call
forest.
Iowa, Josh?
What?
God's country.
No one calls it that, Nick.
That's what I called it.
The difference between living in Nebraska and living in Iowa is
A river.
It's barely perceptible.
But again, it's not about that. It's about never being able to live anywhere else.
One
I guess
state did vote for
I'm never going to get
twice.
I am not going to get rich enough to have a second home. So that would be my home.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Alinga says live in Carter Lake. Yeah, again, that's basically Omaha. It's not Iowa. I'm not hating Iowa. It's that I could never move somewhere. What if I wanted to move to Colorado someday? I can't move to Colorado.
So you also wouldn't answer the question if someone's like, you can never leave Nebraska. You have to live in Nebraska for the
correct,
rest of your
Nick.
life.
I would also answer it the exact same way. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Nebraska fans. Now,
Yeah,
change that question to
I'm
about
sure
the Cowboys.
I'm sure.
Then yes, I will stay
welcome
there.
to Iowa.
I'm
Wait a
living
minute. Wait a minute. You would do it for the Dallas
John,
Cowboys.
Of course I would.
But not for Nebraska.
Glory hole. I already saw him win.
Unbelievable.
Josh wants that glory hole.
Unbelievable.
It was a fine year.
The only person that would be able to celebrate
great year.
is you and the other 5 morons who root for the Cowboys around here.
America's team.
Meanwhile, the whole state would be celebrating a national championship. But Josh says, nope, I don't want to sacrifice my life for Iowa because I'd rather do it for the Dallas Cowboys.
Choo. Urban Meyer's phone, didn't realize we still had burner accounts like that, said, I'm living that nightmare without the Natty, FML. So Mr. Meyer's phone is living in Iowa, and Nebraska sucks.
The other thing you could do in Iowa is bet on your phone.
I did just get a message from someone that said weed is legal and gambling legal. Is weed legal in Iowa?
No, it's medical.
Delta 8 stuff?
Yeah,
that's legal everywhere now.
It's medical, but it's not good medical. It's oils only, and it's not enough to actually do anything.
By the way,
CBD,
going back
more or
to the
less.
original topic about the sex versus food, Greg in Hastings writes, can you pass along my phone number on to Riss for me since Josh is more interested in food?
No, my goodness. We're still doing the deed.
Wow.
Man. Horrible stuff.
No, you're not.
Now they're
because
both
now
bad
all
at it.
she is to you is a cook.
No. Again, the other answer is all she is a sex
cooking
object.
Wench. Make me another turkey pot pie.
Why would I? Okay, first of all, I am never asking for a turkey pot pie.
Yeah, but it'll be
That's
a
your
Michelin
first-
3-star turkey pot
I
pie.
still throw it in the trash.
That's your first objection to what he said?
Yes.
Not the cooking wench.
Not the
thing?
cooking wench. Nope. Yo,
Turkey
cooking
pot
wench.
pie.
Make me another baked Alaska.
What's that?
It's when they take the state of Alaska and then they just set it
is
on
this
fire.
a fish?
No, it's a dessert.
Okay, yeah. See, start naming things that I like: steak, fried chicken, wings, mashed potatoes.
Yo, cooking wench. Fry me some bird.
Oh, Alex and Lincoln, how's the enchilada?
Fry me some bird while I take care of myself here because you're no good at it.
By the way, Nick, many people are being critical of you, whether it's the aliens. One person is critical that you believe in aliens. One is being critical that you don't think that ships go to outer space with oil. And someone just said, Nick is a dumb bleep.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. One more from Adam. Dumb debate for John. Would he take a national championship for Creighton basketball, but he'd have to give up being the play-by-play announcer?
Yikes, that's a harsh one.
So you get to call them winning the whole thing this year, and then they
it's
do,
over?
and then it's over.
I guess I'd make that sacrifice.
Be a pretty cool way to go out on top. You and Coach Mack could leave at the same time.
Oh.
Wait, you grumbled and said it wasn't going to happen.
I just wanted to see what you would
liar.
say. No. Wow.
You and your bad grumble.
Wow, I think you hit a nerve.
Cursed it. Yeah, I cursed it.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, I would make that sacrifice. You're welcome, Jays fans. I'd make that sacrifice.
You're welcome, Cowboys fans.
God's country.
Making the sacrifice.
But no thanks to you, Riss. Meanwhile, get in that kitchen and make me some ribs.
Oh, ribs. The best ribs?
Chicken ribs.
Chicken ribs? What?
Yeah.
I think it's time to turn off Nick's microphone. But we can't turn off his microphone.
No, we
You
can't.
can't.
He's controlling everything on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. We're creeping closer to the end of the college basketball season and the end of the dance, but maybe it's time to start looking ahead to after March. Circus Sports Iowa has many other sports you can use to continue to enhance your fandom even after the dance is done. They've got things like pro basketball, if that's your thing. The pro baseball regular season is just around the corner. And of course, my favorite sport, Formula One, which starts this weekend, just to name a few of the things they offer. They also have tight money line splits. They don't keep as much money on large market bets like other places do, and they won't limit you for constant winning. Also, their customer service is just super cool. There's no AI, there's no chat bots. It's just real life people wanting to give you all the hospitality of Las Vegas right in the palm of your hand, anywhere in the state of Iowa. Go ahead and download your new sportsbook now and use it anywhere. Anywhere in Iowa. If you or anyone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
How come we can't zipper merge? As us old heads, we like to bash the kids.
We do.
That they have no idea what they're doing. They know how to storm a court successfully and not get injured.
Yeah, not make it chaotic.
But in this town, we are god awful with zipper merging.
Yeah, we are.
And it's getting worse. Learn from the kids, ladies and gentlemen. We can be better. They taught us in Lincoln, and they taught us last night in Omaha. I'm done. That's my TED Talk.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10. On 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Clear skies and chilly tonight. Low temperatures dipping back into the middle 20s. Sunny, windy, and milder on Thursday. Look for highs reaching the upper 50s. We'll see 70s for highs again this weekend. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently nothing major to report on as far as accidents go. We are seeing delays on eastbound I-80 from 680 to about 72nd. Delays on westbound I-80 between 42nd and 60th. If you're east on Industrial Road, you can see delays between 156th and 144th. Same goes on eastbound 370 just after 84th. And then slow going on eastbound Dodge from 680 to 90th and on westbound Dodge from 680 to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Pyramid Roofing.
If you've seen the white trucks with Rufus, the spotted dog, then you know about Pyramid Roofing. Spring's almost here. Replace your siding, windows, roof, or gutters. Call Pyramid Roofing at 402-502-9300 or visit
PyramidRoof.com. Never settle for less.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming, is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin, don't you stop on the party. This is more, so roll it back, everybody. Charmin's irresistibly soft and heavy nice. My grip is always soft. It's our party vibe. She's cushion and face, so our cheeks feel flat. So every booty wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together.
2 seconds left on the clock, third field goal range, and it looks like he's going to go with a 5-iron. No, wait. The quarterback is skating back on the ice. He's talking with his caddy. They're pulling the goalie. He skates off the fairway as the kicker lines up his putt. It's a breakaway. They bundled their home and auto insurance with Progressive. Touchdown savings birdie goal.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
That guy. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
It's on 1620.
The Zone. We will undoubtedly talk more about this tomorrow when we have time to flesh it out. But just coming across the news desk late in the hour here on the Grum, Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports. CFP circulating new model, which would include 3 auto spots for the Big Ten and the SEC.
So that's 6.
And 2 for each of the ACC and the Big 12.
So that would add up to 4 for those schools or leagues total,
Wow.
and thus 10.
Good math.
Now, I have not had a chance to read the story, John. Is there anything in here for the group of 5 schools?
Well, in a format being socialized among major conference administrators, Big Ten and SEC would get 3 automatic qualifiers into a 14-team playoff, with the ACC and Big 12 getting 2 each, and the group of 5's best team qualifying as well.
Okay.
Such a model would feature 3 at-large spots to the highest-ranked teams outside of the automatic qualifiers.
So you know what this is, and a lot of people have made the comparison of whatever is going to happen next, a Super League. They often will compare it to the Champions League, and not even the original like Super League that was proposed. This is truly a Champions League type model. I don't know how much you know about the machinations.
Explain, because I and many people probably aren't familiar.
All right, so the Champions League is a tournament that is played congruently with the domestic league. So think of La Liga, the
superior soccer,
EPL, which is English, La Liga, which is Spain, Bundesliga, which is Germany, on down. So think of that. So the champions of leagues the previous year then qualify for the next season's Champions League. And how they do it and why I'm making the comparison that I am is that certain leagues get more access than other leagues. For example, trying to find the exact
So I
numbers
assume
today.
The Premier League gets.
They get 4.
So La Liga should get 12.
La Liga gets 4. If I remember right, it's like La Liga gets 4, EPL gets 4. I think Bundesliga gets 3 or 4, and then on and on. And it's like you'll get some countries that'll get 1, and because it's a pretty large tournament,
Sure.
all told.
So
And
that's what we're looking at here is essentially
Correct.
the same idea. That the so-called superior leagues get more automatic qualifiers.
Correct. And so there is still a carve out for the group of 5, which honestly I'm a little surprised by. I'm pleasantly surprised by. So this would mean what? 10 teams from those 4 conferences locked in for sure.
Yes.
1 from the group of 5.
Yes.
And then 3
at-large teams.
3 at-large teams.
The
like
reading later from the story, Dellinger writes, the 3-3-2-2-1 format is seen as a compromise to the Big Ten and SEC's initial proposal of 4 automatic berths for those leagues, a model that in a 14-team playoff would leave just 1 at-large spot.
I will say I do like this better than that idea, but still.
Dellinger says that while this isn't the only format being considered, the fact that it is already being shared regularly among college administrators is usually one of the initial steps in the process of adopting a model. So this is the one that has gained the most traction so far of all of the models that are out there.
Yeah.
Now, this model, going back to our earlier conversation regarding the calendar and how it's all going to work, this model might still allow for a conference championship game to be viable in the standpoint of, so you've got 3 teams getting in. I'm just looking at this from the SEC and the Big Ten standpoint. You have 3 teams getting in. That conference championship game would be pitted between the 2 top teams, of which the winner would get into the playoff. Then theoretically, the conference could then assign the losing team, hey, you're getting in the playoff too.
Well, of course they're a top 3 team.
So basically, you're playing for a seed, and then, of course, the third team also gets in.
But let me pose it to you from this perspective. 2 teams from the Big 12 and 2 teams from the ACC.
See, that's
what is the point of that
where
conference?
Their conference championship games really don't.
They are totally rendered useless.
And listen, it's still not a great thing for the Big 12 and the SEC.
Because I think it's still useless from all perspectives.
I believe it is, but you could make a better argument versus a top 4 getting in, which is what the SEC and the Big 10 apparently wanted initially.
Honestly, if you're going to an era where we posed this a couple weeks ago, if you're going to an era where there are multiple bids available, which it seems like we're going to move in that direction, the better play would actually be, oddly enough, a conference championship game for the last spot. So in this scenario, for example, the top 2 teams in the Big 10 would make it, and you would have,
and then you'd have a playoff between 3 and 4.
It's almost like a play-in game, right? So like in the NBA, the play-in system right now works as it's 7 versus 8, and then the loser of that game plays the winner of 9 versus 10, and then the winner of that gets in. This wouldn't be that convoluted. It would be a 3 versus a 4, or in the case of the ACC and Big 12, it'd be a 2 versus a 3. But if you want stakes involved, you couldn't that game. At least you game the system where you have stakes to those games still.
Now the catch in that is, because remember,
it's not your best teams.
It's not the best teams. You can't couch it as a conference championship game.
Correct. It'd be a
Big 10 play-in game.
Big 10 play-in game.
But what if you, as the number 4 team in the SEC or the Big 10, are probably good enough to get an at-large spot, and playing that extra game might knock you out.
See, and that's
that position.
It's the part that they really have to figure out, and it kind of goes back to what we talked about earlier. If you are the selection committee and teams don't approach this game like they should care, how am I to judge them? Because I have all of the other data points, 12 data points, and I viewed them one way. And then for 1 week and 1 week only, they played a ton of second-string players.
Right.
That is not a proper data point. So what am I to do with that?
Yeah, see, the way they keep fidgeting with this model, they are going to render useless the conference championship game. And who knows? Maybe they figure with the money we're going to make from this expanded playoff, we can do without it. But that would be antithetical to what these conferences have been thinking, because that's money they get to keep all by themselves. The SEC championship game, all that money goes to the SEC. And it's a very lucrative deal that the Big 10 also has, but that's something you can negotiate on your own behalf and make it as big as you want. And let's face it, the most watched conference championship game on the regular is the SEC championship.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a very valuable game.
Yeah.
So my guess is they're going to try to have their cake and eat it too. And they're going to find out that they are going to make that game mean a lot less than it does currently.
And again, there is a large benefit if you are a top, if there is a world where the top 3 get in. I know that you're not going to maybe get a home game or whatever. There's a benefit, John, to being the 3rd team, because
yes, there is.
You don't have to play an extra game. You don't have to get injured. You don't have to deal with that. You can start focusing on whoever your next team is. And you wouldn't know, obviously, going into conference championship weekend. But yeah, when you start adding extra berths, God, you know what, honestly, this makes me think too, is we keep talking about expansion of college basketball. This is probably going to be one of those next steps with that tournament too.
Giving multiple automatic bids to the big conferences.
I mean, how wild is it that this is happening first in football, a much smaller playoff versus a, for now, 68-team tournament? I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but I saw Lenardi put out a story today that arguing for 80. Is that what it was? I think. And so, like, I know that's how I feel. And so if we're going to start moving to these things, that's the next logical play. Then the SEC is going to say, whoa, college baseball tournament, we're the best conference. Why does only, and look, they get 1 million teams in anyway, but they're going to want guaranteed stuff. They're going to want those promises.
The difference is that the NCAA has 0 to do with the college football playoff.
Correct. Yeah, that's true.
But that will only last as long as there is a viable NCAA.
Man, it's
And
so
who
funny.
knows how long that's going to last.
I totally missed. I don't want to say I missed the forest through the trees, but I totally missed whatever the next logical step would be. I always thought that the first 2 years of the 12-team playoff, the argument would then be, whoa, we need more home games because it sucks that us as top 4 seeds don't get the benefit of home games. And I still think that will be an argument to come. I didn't see this coming at all. I did not see something like this happening.
Well, I'm sure we'll have more on this because I'm sure there'll be more reaction and we'll be able to soak it in a little bit more and break it down for you tomorrow on the Grum. But coming up next, it's time for some content. And in today's content,
what do we got?
How Nebraska may have benefited from a fire alarm.
Oh?
1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Woodhouse Lincoln wants to redefine your driving experience with our stunning lineup of Lincoln vehicles. Lease a 2023 Lincoln Nautilus for $499 a month for 39 months, 10,500 miles per year. Come visit us in store off 114th and Giles Road or online anytime at woodhouselincoln.com. With approved credit, security deposit waived, $1,500 down payment plus first payment, and $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 2/29/2024. See dealer for details.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows that Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Maverick baseball and softball are right around the corner. Get your season tickets today by calling 402-554-MAVS. This Thursday, the Omaha Maverick women's basketball team celebrates senior night as they take on St. Thomas at Baxter Arena. And don't miss the series finale as Maverick hockey plays NCHC rival North Dakota on March 8th and 9th. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tigs.
Dino here with Leach Camper Sales. You'll be pleasantly surprised to see how affordable an RV can be. We have travel trailers with payments as low as $150 a month for qualified buyers, and they're ready to drive off the lot. Check out our inventory at leachcamper.com and bring us your trades. And don't forget, coffee's always on.
Newstalk 1290 Coil is the home of Omaha Maverick women's basketball all season long. Don't miss any of the Maverick action as they try to make their mark on the Summit League this season. Omaha Mavericks women's basketball is on Newstalk 1290 Coil.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Nick, tell us what's happening.
Like in general or content?
Yeah, just go for it.
Okay. A fire alarm unexplainably went off in the middle of the Indiana-Wisconsin basketball game last night, forcing evacuation of Assembly Hall. The alarm happened in the middle of a timeout after Wisconsin had rallied to tie the Hoosiers. The Badgers would go on to lose, prompting this exchange with a reporter and Wisconsin coach Greg Gard after the game.
Fire alarm stoppage. Have you encountered anything like that before? Just what were you being told in those moments, and how do you handle that with the team?
I thought it was a great timeout for whoever from Indiana pulled the fire alarm for them. They're making a run.
Could somebody from Indiana have triggered this alarm?
Well, there was a lot of confusion. A lot of people didn't even know why they were being asked to evacuate.
Yeah, the first tweets that came out of this story are like,
Very
what is
confusing.
happening? Yeah.
I mean, and I still haven't seen anything to determine, was it faulty wiring? Was it a false alarm? Did someone actually pull the alarm?
Was it aliens coming down?
Was it aliens?
Nice.
I don't know,
Venus.
but Wisconsin is struggling mightily for the
Yeah.
second straight year down the stretch. Now, they won't miss out on the tournament, but they have definitely lost their place among the top 4 seeds. And Greg Gard is a little salty about it.
Yeah, he's wondering who has triggered the alarm. What he should just wonder is how triggered is he? What the hell's going on with this program right now, John? They're absolutely falling apart. They've lost 2 out of their last 3. They've lost 6 out of their last 8. And you know who started that trend? Nebraska. Did Nebraska destroy Wisconsin?
Well, they shouldn't have pulled that fire alarm.
Man, they shouldn't have pulled that fire alarm.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Max Strus hit a half-court shot, and the Cavs beat the Mavs at the buzzer. Why a half-court shot? Because the Cavs had no timeouts. Josh, tackle John.
I know,
He's
I
grabbing
need to
his
get him.
soapbox.
John, stop it. We already did this earlier.
See, NBA, see what you're missing out on? When a guy from DePaul can make a half-court shot, imagine how many times Steph Curry would have had similar buzzer beaters. But no, instead, the magic timeout fairy flies down out of the scoreboard and says, oh, look, you get to advance the ball. Bring. And then they play that stupid little sound effect they play in every NBA arena. Bring. And then you get to move the ball forward.
Yeah, it's
laziness.
It's Mario noise, right? Isn't that the Mario noise?
I don't know, but
coin noise?
It's a bad rule.
Oh, it's a cool noise.
It's a terrible rule.
You figured Gen Xer would love the Mario coin noise.
He's more of Pac-Man and Tecmo Bowl.
Hell
Remember the Atari?
Look at those squares.
You know who didn't let you advance the ball in Tecmo Bowl? Tecmo Bowl. Bo Jackson, he advanced the ball by himself because he was
Wasn't
great.
OJ in Tecmo Bowl?
No.
No?
That was past his time.
Was it?
John's an idiot. Mike Dorrsey, I'm not going to say he's an idiot, but he has a bad take on this whole situation. Man, he went on a soapbox earlier. Good Lord. The Soapbox Boys. You guys could host a podcast.
Magic timeout my ass.
Texas Tech fans threw objects on the floor last night during their game versus Texas. Will Texas Tech pull a Creighton and apologize for the fans' action?
I'm guessing they won't, and I wish that Creighton wouldn't have either. Soft University. Oh, our fans said the F word. It's a word. You're allowed to say it in PG-13 movies as long as you only say it once.
You can only say it once?
Yeah, and look, maybe last week's game was rated R. It's not that bad of a thing, though. Kids hear worse in school.
Well,
no, don't throw
you
stuff
should
on the
never
floor.
be throwing things
Don't
on
throw
the floor.
stuff.
Yeah.
I saw one scene where it took like 5 security guards to hustle one dude out of the arena.
Was he fast? Was he a runner? Does he do marathons? Should I have him on my
No,
podcast?
He's going to Boston, Josh.
He does marathons. He doesn't run fast enough to be.
He's going to throw things.
Oh, you stop it, John. We can run
He's
very
not
fast.
actually sprinting.
We can run very. I was sprinting
It's kind of
today.
a light jog.
All right.
NFL rumors say that the Vikings might trade wide receiver Justin Jefferson because contract extension talks have stalled and Minnesota could get great value for a top 5 wide receiver. But the Vikings GM, whose name I won't even attempt to say, said to reporters at the Combine that a trade is not something that once crossed my mind. So will the Vikes keep Jefferson?
Yeah, he's the best receiver in the NFL. You have to keep him. That would be idiotic. Idiotic. I mean, they got to figure out their quarterback situation, certainly. But no, you can't let a player this good go.
No, he's way too good, and he's probably still got a few more years of being one of the elite wide receivers in the game.
He's played, 3-4 seasons?
Yeah.
He's so young still.
No, when you got one of these types of players, you got to hold on to him.
Yeah.
Unlike some teams who want to hold on to lesser players.
Our whole thing with Dak is him being a cowboy. Stephen Jones told The Athletic. That's all that's on our mind. Time to check with our deranged cowboy fan to see what stage of coping he's currently at. Josh?
Pass the copium there, Nick. I'm coping.
You okay? You okay for the Cowboys keeping on and holding on to this mid player?
I mean, am I okay? No, but you know what? At least I have my running. and I don't have to live in Iowa for the rest of my life. So at least I
God's
have
country.
Well, yeah, you'd have to live in Iowa, and you wouldn't be able to see the Cowboys win the Super Bowl as long as Dak is at the trigger.
This is such a bummer. He's so young still. He's like 30. Many more years of me being sad. Maybe they'll trade him someday.
Maybe he'll be the next Aaron Rodgers. He'll go to the Jets.
Oh, and start talking about 9/11,
among other things.
No, and Jera, the only thing he would trade Dak for is a bottle of Ripple.
Glory
He
hole.
does like booze and naked women.
I wonder what his answer to our dumb debates question earlier would have
Great
been.
question, Nick. He would say, I actually have both already. I'm fine. Not with his wife.
That's
though.
true, because
I
he
don't think
actually
sleeps with
has a
her
Michelin
anymore.
3-star chef in his employment.
Yeah, exactly.
The NFL Players Union does report cards for each franchise in terms of facilities, support, and overall environment. One franchise got a D+ for treatment of families, an F for locker room, an F for training staff, and an F- for ownership. Would you like to guess which franchise this is?
Well, as we previewed earlier, it's the Kansas City Chiefs.
The players.
That is rough.
The players saying that the Hunt family is F- in ownership.
I wonder why.
Meanwhile, you know who got all A's in every column?
Did they really?
Fins up.
Wow, look at the Dolphins.
Yet the Chiefs win. Now they did get an A+ for head coach.
Yeah, obviously.
So the players aren't stupid. But
So
yeah,
the facilities there must suck, is what we're learning.
Bless you.
I mean, their dietitian and nutritionist and F.
Ooh, thank you.
Probably it's because all those cheeseburgers and nuggies are getting fed.
Mm.
Their training room is a D. Their training staff is an F.
But given
strength coach is a C+.
It makes me mad that all of this stuff is so bad, yet they still won the Super Bowl.
because they have the best quarterback, they give their quarterback an A+, and they give the head coach an A+. So
team travel a D.
Yeah, so
Are
they must
making them
hate.
stay in Super 8s.
They must hate everything that family represents and all the pain and suffering it causes them.
No wonder Travis and Taylor got together. Travis doesn't have to stay in cheap hotels.
Now let me spin this the other way. Maybe they're better because they're tougher because they have to deal with crappy facilities. Meanwhile, Nick's Dolphins, my Cowboys, we have facilities that are too good. It's making the Cowboys and Dolphins soft.
Do you suppose that the Kansas City Chiefs are being like the Cleveland Indians of the movie Major League, and they've got Clark Hunt, and they pull a
ripping
section?
off?
They
Yeah.
want to relocate to Miami?
Nice. Look at Nick. Wow. Look at all these references that he's making.
That is incredible, though, that they get so many bad grades, and yet this franchise has won 3 Super Bowls in 5 years.
Is this more or less funny than the one that came out about Arizona? Was that last year?
What was the Arizona one?
How their nutrition got an F, and then we found out that players were bringing their own food.
That was a tough look.
It was a tough look.
What if, John, if we remade Major League today, would they peel off those clothes and the owner would be wearing a baseball uniform because you could see through everything?
Probably. Also, we wouldn't be able to name the team the Cleveland Indians.
That's definitely true.
True. Keith Phipps of The Ringer argues, after decades of evolution, it's time Robert De Niro won another Oscar. Does he deserve one for Killers of the Flower Moon?
You never saw it, John?
No.
Why not?
I haven't either.
It's Martin Scorsese, for crying out loud.
Why? Wait a minute.
Robert De Niro, he's an actor, John.
I know he
Killers
is.
of the Flower Moon is a movie.
So now we're retroactively giving Academy Awards to people?
Retroactively, the Academy Awards is coming up in like a few days.
I thought this was arguing a movie that came out 2 years ago.
No, it came out last year.
Oh.
He was good in it, I thought.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Never mind.
And
That
I didn't
question was
see
a
it.
dud.
Sorry.
What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, he was great in it. He was great. I don't know who he's up
Didn't this
against.
movie get panned a little bit by the critics?
No, the critics loved it. I found the movie good, but not entertaining.
Oh, you're not entertained by the plight of Native Americans.
Nick, honestly, yes, it is a very dark and depressing movie that makes you sad. It's very good and very well made, but it's not entertaining. But it's good. He's good in it. Gave it 3.5 stars on Letterboxd.
I feel like you give a lot of films 3 to 3.5 stars.
I gave our movie this week 4 stars.
What did you give Schindler's List?
I never saw all of that movie.
Wow.
No, don't you dare. It seems so dark.
Well, it is.
Yeah. You know what it's about?
Have you seen it?
No.
Yeah, I have. I've seen bits and pieces of it. Do you want to watch that for movie club?
I mean, it might be worth it. Wow. If you haven't seen the whole thing.
Man, that would be a tough hang. And Nick hasn't seen it at all.
I haven't.
Meanwhile, y'all made me watch that stupid movie where the guy turns into a walrus.
You made us watch the movie.
That was depressing.
You made us watch the movie that wasn't about baseball.
Yeah, that movie
It was
sucked.
too about baseball. It was about baseball and the Lord.
That movie was horrible.
Was like 70-30.
It was about
maybe.
baseball and the Lord.
An Oregon woman has received a Guinness World Record, which we've established doesn't mean anything, for having the largest tongue with a circumference of 5.21 inches, which is larger than the size of a soda can. Wouldn't that be uncomfy?
I mean, I don't understand. It doesn't look in these pictures like it's as big around as a soda can.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe they
wondering,
meant like mini soda.
I'm wondering what's up with these photos over here. That's weird, man.
That would be uncomfortable.
Guinness Book of World Record is just the weirdest crap.
They suck now. You can get a
Wow.
world record
It's
for
always-
anything.
Have they gone woke, Nick?
Well, no. They've always had weird records.
I know. It just seems like it's getting weirder.
But it's like
and weirder.
they let people get specific records. It's like, I've got the most round tongue.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Like how big my tongue is.
Yeah, I'm out on this.
Guess she's not going to be cooking for you either.
Ah, nice.
Coming up, speaking of cooking, can't wait to hear what Josh has to say.
Oh, that's a great question. I got to figure out what we're
What's your
having.
cooking wench going to do for you tonight?
Wow.
She's my wife. Don't call her that.
I'm just
Why
acting
did it
as
take
if
the
you.
fifth time of him
Because
saying
in
it?
the other ones, it was a pretend world where I had Michelin star food. But now this is actual world.
It's real life.
She's my regular wife. See, don't
Who you
Oh,
don't, who you no
regular.
longer want to spend time with
I
in
can't
intimate
wait to
moments,
see her.
and you just want her to cook for me.
I can't wait to eat.
She's just regular?
Oh, I expect this toast to be 3-star level.
I can't wait to eat dinner tonight with my lovely wife.
I can't wait till she throws it in your face.
She would not do such a thing.
It might be 3-star quality, but it's coming in your face.
I hope she makes delicious
I was
food
gonna say,
and feeds it to Mr. Banks.
that'll be the only thing. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. through H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Age is just a number. Just because the calendar says one thing doesn't mean you have to feel it. Over half of all men over 40 experience a form of ED or lower sex drive. If you are one of them, there's a place to go for discreet professional help. John Bishop here for HIMS.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to HIMS.com and do something about it. HIMS is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, HIMS can help. The whole process is online. With HIMS, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. HIMS provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, HIMS fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Stacey McGilligan, Director of Sales for NRG Media Omaha. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished bilingual new business development salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to the next level. Is this you? Our multimedia account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG Media lets you make a real difference in our community. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Those are girthy.
They're very girthy.
Many are saying.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
So what's the cooking wench going to be serving up for you
She is
tonight?
my wife. And I don't know. She didn't respond.
Yeah, because she's probably mad at that answer you gave.
No.
During dumb debates.
We're going to have a lovely dinner, I'm sure. We're going to
Here
walk
she
banks.
was hoping to have a nice night of relations and found out that you're not interested.
Why not both, John? Why not both?
That was why my
You're
answer
going to get
was-
me in so much trouble. Would you stop it?
I think you're getting yourself in trouble.
You had the same answer. I'm going to go comment on your girlfriend's Strava and be like, hey, what's going on? You should hear what Nick said.
You found her Strava?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
What the?
It's a running app.
It's a running app. My girlfriend's a runner.
Yes. One of us. One of us.
So she's
awesome.
Boring and has bad takes
Oh,
like Josh.
not at all. She's got great takes. She's awesome. You want to know how
I have
awesome
no
she is?
idea. I have no idea what is
She believes aliens are also not coming to take over.
I mean, I haven't asked her, I guess. I could
That's a
talk
que-
about it tonight.
There you go.
Last night, I did not do rice last night, it turns out. She made us a delicious chicken breast wrapped in bacon with roasted potatoes.
Okay, that actually sounds pretty good.
Tonight it's Taco Bell.
I was so pissed last night, John. So I go, what do you have?
No,
Pizza,
no.
right?
I have no idea what's.
Oh, no, not anymore.
All right, so here's what happened. So last night, run down real fast after the show because we finished at 6. You know how we often end the show at 6?
Yep, right at
Always
6.
end the show
Always,
at 6.
always end the show at 6.
I run downstairs, but one slice of cheeseburger pizza remains.
That was it?
Yeah, apparently, who was it that told me? Someone said there were a lot of people in here earlier.
Oh.
And I wanted to say, how do we get rid of those people? One slice of pizza. John, I was starving. Thank God some random guy brought a big cookie over during one of the commercial breaks. I had this
Unbelievable.
giant cookie.
Was that the
How
Kookaburra
big?
cookie?
Yes, it
Aren't those
tastes
great?
Holy crap, it tastes
I
like
wanna
Cinnamon
try
Toast
one.
Crunch.
Oh,
Is this a new place?
Yes, it's a new place here in Omaha, and it's a Creighton grad.
Taste Test Wednesday. Hey, is this the who does these?
I don't. I've not met this.
Remember
person.
when I told John to bring me back a cookie the other day? This is why. I want
Okay.
one of these cookies. And John's like, no, Nick. you
Okay,
suck."
it is. Speaking of Strava, I follow the guy. This is Eli Vedral, who is related to the Vedrals.
A Vedral, the Vedral family.
He's a former Creighton runner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Eli, bro, we need to meet. Come
These
on my podcast and bring cookies.
These
Can I
are
also just have a cookie, please?
Dude, Nick, incredible.
I've heard.
these
Happer
cookies are
talks about them
amazing.
all the time.
I'm going to comment on his Strava tonight and be like, hey, those cookies are tasty.
the cookies and or was it the?
I'm the only one
Yeah,
in
the
this.
cookies and cream cookie. It's. They're not like huge.
They're like thick though.
But they're thick, and you can't eat the whole thing. It's so rich.
Bet. Let me try.
Well, I'm sure you could, but I'm just saying it's.
I ate the whole thing.
I'm
It's
the
a
only one in the
delicious
studio
cookie.
who hasn't had one of these cookies. and I need
Kookaburra
one.
cookies.
Yeah, it was so freaking good.
I'll probably have one tonight.
Bring me
All right.
one, please.
There we
Snatch
go.
one for me.
They bring them to me.
Take an extra.
I can't.
Bye.